Hare Krishna.
I say.
Hare Krishna.
Did the class happen, training session happen in the room? For the leftovers, you will take one more? For the leftover people, you will take there is one more, Mataji. One more, right? Yeah.
Hare Krishna. Ramanasaka Prabhu, I forgot to. There is one table I forgot in the other room. I can get. Yeah, those table. I can get it later, right? Yeah. No, for the floor, the one which folds flat. It's there in the other room. I'll just get it later, maybe after the class. Yeah. Yeah, I don't need it now. No, I don't need it now. Hare Krishna. Can I get Kartav? Did you have Prashad? Whatever you say. Hare Krishna. I thank each and every one of you for joining for the second class or the third class, depending on who's keeping count for the Bhakti Sastri class. Last week was the foundational class where we discussed the verse Anya Vilashita Shunyam Jnana Karmadhyanavritam Anukulena Krishna Anushilanam Bhaktirutamam. So this class we will be reading or focusing on the chapter 1 of Nectar of Devotion. But before we start, we'll take a moment and offer our prayers to our respective spiritual masters. Those who want to follow the prayers, they are on page number 1 of Bhagavad Gita. You can open Bhagavad Gita, and then on page number 1, immediately after, which is the introduction, you'll find those verses if you want to follow. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guroho Shri Yutapadakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhayascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasa Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Matsamo Nasti Papatma Naparadhi Chakaschana Pariyare Pilajjame Kim Bhruve Purushottama Bhumau Skalitapadanam Bhumireva Valambanam Tvai Jata Paradhanam Tvameva Sharanam Prabhu Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yoga Sikshartamekaha Purusha Purana Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shariradhari Kripambudiryastamaham Prapadye Kalam Nashtam Bhakti Yogam Nijamya Pradushkartun Krishna Chaitanya Nama Avirbhuta Tasya Padaravinde Gadam Gadam Liyatam Chittabringa. Hare Krishna. So, last week we read that there are 3 primary qualities of pure devotion and 3 secondary qualities. What are the 3 primary qualities? It's in the second line of the verse, Anukulyena, Krishna and Anushilanam. So the 3 primary characteristics, which is that devotional service is an activity, is the first characteristic, and then it is rendered to Krishna, is the second characteristics, and the third characteristic is it is favorable to Krishna. So those are the three characteristics. The secondary characteristics of pure devotion is that, what are the secondary characteristics of pure devotion? Anavritam, right. So the practitioner of pure devotional service doesn't keep any material desires in his or her heart, and then they are not covered by either fruitive mentality or the philosophical or speculative mentality. So we discussed at length those three characteristics. This class today, continuing with our foundational series, because these are the important concepts of why we are doing what we are doing. What do we gain by doing pure devotional service to Krishna? And more importantly, can anybody give me a certificate that I am a devotee, or can I experience some characteristics by my own self? Unless you know what are the characteristics of performing pure devotion, then you really don't know where you are going or what you are doing. So we read, so these two chapters we'll read in the class because we can discuss the finer points. But from the next class onwards, it's going to be more of a synopsis kind of discussion. I expect that the devotees are going to read those chapters and we can have a discussion in the class rather than actually explanation. Is it a good idea? Avantika, you think it's a good idea? Good. So we read from page number 3, or those who have a different copy, we are reading from the first chapter of Nectar of Devotion. Everybody there on the page? On that particular page? Okay. So probably I think we can go around the class. Maybe Natalie, you can start. Probably till on page 4, till the relief from material distress part. You can just read up till that point. Oh, you didn't have it? Yeah, you can borrow it and then you can bring it back. The other option can be that those who have access to cell phones, you can open your vedabase.com and you can read too. Either ways we can follow.
Well, I'm sorry, I have a question. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are the second, because I wasn't here the last.
Right.
What are the second primary characteristics?
The secondary characteristics of pure devotional service are that they are free from material desires. And they are not covered by a fruitive mentality. Right, karma, yeah. If I do something, then I get something. So if I do, yeah, and neither is that particular service in a speculative mode. Maybe if I do this, then, maybe God will reveal this much. If I do this, maybe I can find out who actually God is. They are saying Krishna is God, but there could be more than Krishna. Or maybe if I do some bhakti, then I'll get something. So that sort of philosophical speculation is also not. Yeah, so free from material desires, free from fruitive reactions or fruitive mentality, and free from speculative. No problems. All right, so we'll read, because this is a fairly lengthy chapter, so let's go ahead, Natalie, start reading.
Characteristics of pure devotional service. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd canto, 29th chapter, verses 12 and 13, Srila Kapila Deva, while instructing his mother, has given the following characteristics of pure devotional service. My dear mother, those who are my pure devotees and who have no desire for material benefit or philosophical speculation have their minds so much engaged in my service that they are never interested in asking me for anything except to be engaged in that service. They do not even beg to live in my abode with me. There are 5 kinds of liberation, namely to become one with the Lord, to live with the Supreme Lord on the same planet, to have the same features as the Lord, to enjoy the same opulences as the Lord, and to live as a companion of the Lord. A devotee, what to speak of rejecting material sense gratification, does not even want any of the 5 kinds of liberation. He is satisfied simply by discharging loving service to the Lord. That is the characteristic of pure devotion. In the above statement by Kapila Deva from Srimad Bhagavatam, the actual position of a pure devotee is described, and the primary characteristics of devotional service are also defined. Further characteristics of devotional service are described by Rupa Goswami with evidences from different scriptures. He states that there are 6 characteristics of pure devotional service, which are as follows. 1. Pure devotional service brings immediate relief from all kinds of material distress. 2. Pure devotional service is the beginning of all auspiciousness. 3. Pure devotional service automatically puts one in transcendental pleasure. 4. Pure devotional service is rarely achieved. 5. Those in pure devotional service deride even the conception of liberation. Next page. 6. Pure devotional service is the only means to attract Krishna. Krishna is all attractive, but pure devotional service attracts even him. This means that pure devotional service is even transcendentally stronger than Krishna himself, because it is Krishna's internal potency.
Thank you. So, 2 things. What are 5 kinds of liberation? It's there. You can look it up. We are not.
To live with the Supreme Lord on the same planet,
Right.
to have the same feature as Lord, to enjoy the same opulence as Lord, or to live as a companion of the Lord.
And become
Become
one
one
with
with
Him. So there are 5 kinds of liberation. And what are the 6 characteristics of pure devotion? Immediate relief.
Beginning of all speciousness, and pure devotional service also automatically puts one in transcendental pleasure. Pure devotional service is rarely achieved, and devotional service derived even the conception of liberation. And the one that I like most is pure devotional service is the only means to attract Krishna.
Attracts Krishna. So there are 6 characteristics. So this whole chapter is based on this premise. First, Srila Rupa Goswami defines what are the characteristics, and then he explains each of those characteristics with appropriate quotations or backing up from different kinds of shastras. So the first characteristic is that it brings relief from material miseries. Now, one question is that why am I not getting immediate relief from material miseries when I am doing bhakti? Why am I still facing the same miseries? That's a question which justifiably one can ask. It's an intelligent question. We'll address that question a little bit later, but let's keep reading it. The other important point before we go is not all 6 characteristics are immediately visible when we are doing bhakti. So we have said that there is sadhana bhakti, then there is bhava bhakti, and then there is prema bhakti. So in the perfection of sadhana stage, only the first 2 characteristics are visible, which means pure devotional service brings relief from material miseries, and pure devotional service gives all auspiciousness. But when the devotee reaches bhava bhakti, then the next 2 characteristics, which means the 4 characteristics, are visible. So a devotee in the sadhana stage may not deride the concept of liberation. The sadhana, maybe the liberation is valuable, but when the devotee reaches bhava stage, he says, liberation, no big deal. But bhava is not enough itself enough to attract Krishna, because only on the platform of prema are all the 6 characteristics of pure devotional service are manifest. So even in the bhava stage you cannot attract Krishna. Only on the platform of prema can you actually attract Krishna. Because the last characteristics of pure devotional service, which Tarun likes it so much, is attracting Krishna. Krishna is attracted only to your prema. When one gets prema, then one gets attracted to Krishna. Yeah?
What is prema? That is the highest stage.
Yeah, it's
I'm reading this book.
right.
You're talking about that a lot.
Yeah, so, a little advice. So on the 19th chapter of this book, we'll discuss at length about prema. Yeah, so you can hold your question for next few weeks. I'm sure we'll come there sooner or later. But because it needs more explanation, it's better we go step by step. Thank you. All right. So you can start reading, till maybe on the 5th chapter, first paragraph. Shamalangi Mataji will read now.
Relief from material distress. In Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says that one should surrender unto Him, giving up all other engagements. The Lord also gives His word there that He will protect surrendered souls from the reaction of all sinful activities. Srila Rupa Goswami says that the distresses from sinful activities are due both to the sins themselves and to sins committed in our past lives. Generally, one commits sinful activities due to ignorance. But ignorance is no excuse for evading the reaction. Sinful activities. The sinful activities are of two kinds, those which are mature and those which are not mature. The sinful activities which we are suffering at the present moment are called mature. The many sinful activities stored within us, for which we have not yet suffered, are considered immature. For example, a man may have committed criminal acts but not yet arrested for them. Now, as soon as he is detected, arrest is awaiting him. Similarly, for some of our sinful activities, we are awaiting distresses in the future, and for others, which are mature, we are suffering at the present moment. In this way, there is a chain of sinful activities and their concomitant distresses. And the conditioned soul is suffering life after life due to these sins. He is suffering in the present life the results of sinful activities from his past life, and he is meanwhile creating further suffering for his future life. Mature sinful activities are exhibited if one is suffering from some chronic disease, if one is suffering from some legal implication, if one is born in a low and degraded family, or if one is uneducated or very ugly. There are many results of past sinful activities for which we are suffering at the present moment. And we may be suffering in the future due to our present sinful activities. But all of these reactions to sinful deeds can immediately be stopped if we take to Krishna consciousness. As evidence for this, Rupa Goswami quotes from Srimad Bhagavatam, 11th canto, 14th chapter, verse 19. This verse is in connection with Lord Krishna's instruction to Uddhava, where he says, "My dear Uddhava, devotional service unto me is just like a blazing fire which can burn into ashes, unlimited fuel supplied to it." The purport is that as the blazing fire can burn any amount of fuel to ashes, so devotional service to the Lord in Krishna consciousness can burn up all the fuel of sinful activities. For example, in the Gita, Arjuna thought that fighting was a sinful activity, but Krishna engaged him on the battlefield under his order, and so the fighting became devotional service. Therefore, Arjuna was not subjected to any sinful reaction.
So we'll stop here for explanation. So, in the first step, it is said, what is the first characteristics of pure devotional service? It brings relief from all material distresses. Now, Srila Rupa Goswami says, what is material distress? Why is a person suffering in the first place? And the reason he is suffering is because of past sinful reactions. So, when a person commits sin, there is a tendency to commit sin, then that is called seed or bijam. So just like you sow something in the ground, it will take some time to fructify. As soon as you put something into the ground, it doesn't immediately become fruit. Similarly, our tendency or our reactions of our sinful activities are like the seeds we plant. And when they become mature, then they are called prarabdha karma, prarabdha papam. So here is the deal. The sufferings of a material or the jiva is because of three. One is the sinful reactions, other is the tendency to commit sin, the third is ignorance. So in the first heading is sinful reactions are two types, which is mature and or about to be matured, which is prarabdha and aprarabdha. Prarabdha means, Srila Prabhupada writes, when one is born in a low family or one is suffering through for some disease, then you can see that mature sinful reactions are kind of manifest in that particular person. And for one which is not manifest, which is about to be manifest, the acharyas say maybe the aprarabdha karma is not going to be manifest in this lifetime at all. It may be in the next life. But they are ready to act. And because the problem is, if you don't know these things, you try to do sinful activities to cover up your sin. And that kind of degrades you even into performing even more sinful activities. So, Rupa Goswami is going to give an explanation of why a person is suffering and how pure devotional service can destroy all types of sinful reactions. So that's how he is going to explain to it. The first step he says to Uddhava, my dear Uddhava, just like my devotional service is like a fire, and the sinful reactions are like fuel. You throw any amount of fuel in the fire, the fire is going to consume the fuel. Similarly, any amount of sinful reactions a person has performed can be destroyed by pure devotional service. That is the power of pure devotional service. So, this particular verse which is mentioned here is quoted to show that how devotional service destroys aprarabdha karma or the almost mature sinful reactions. Let's just go ahead read. Yeah, yes, Raji, you had a question.
Quick question. So regarding this uneducated, what exactly it means? I mean, that what we read in Bhagavad Gita chapter 14th, where we described like jnana. So is it something related to that, or like education means what education is? I mean, so what is that?
In which context are we talking here?
No. So here, like he is written, right? Is uneducated, degraded family, or if one is uneducated, very ugly, right?
I see, right.
So means what context is that? I mean, uneducated means what exactly here? And sometimes...
So a person who is... Imagine if one cannot read and write. I was actually thinking about it. You cannot read and write. Tell me how much your life will be happy. You have to go from a place to another place. Where there are the signs that say, you go this direction, but I don't know how to read and write. That's how, because my sinful reactions are manifested in the form of my ignorance or illiteracy. You have no clue. You have no, if you can't read and write, imagine how your life will be. The reason why I kind of even thought about it is that my daughter yesterday, she bought a book called My Secret Diary, where you can write all your... she's a 6-year-old girl, so it seems there are books, she liked it. So one of the activities you had to do was to take a thumbprint and print it in that particular diary to store your thumbprint. Then I went into the fact that it is common in India, especially those who can't read and write, instead of signing a legal agreement, they take the thumbprint and put it on the paper. The point is, I was thinking that person doesn't even know what he or she doing it. He has to trust somebody to know what is he getting into or she is getting into. So how difficult is life for those who can't read and write? By Krishna's grace, we have that power. Please understand that each and every one of us, when we are born, were illiterate. Hare Krishna. We were illiterate, right? Nobody started from the fact that, he is a 4-month-old baby, is already a PhD, because he was a PhD in previous life. Sorry. You may be like 20 PhDs in your previous life. This life you start with A, B, C, D. That's how life goes. And if Krishna doesn't give you that facility to read and write, then your situation is really difficult. You can't know what's going on. You may just have to depend. So that's how, in that context, it is mentioned. It's a form of, past sinful reaction that you are like that.
May I ask a question here?
Sure.
On the other hand, for example, someone born very wealthy or very ugly can actually, either being born ugly can actually help that person not be attached to material desires and turn more inwardly and more towards a spiritual life. On the other hand, somebody being born, I think it was in the Sri Shanapads, I'm not sure, but it said that a reward would be being born wealthy. Whereas I've, just based on my personal experience, it seems like a curse, because people that are born wealthy don't turn to Krishna, don't do any kind of devotional service. They think their life is fine the way it is. So I'm a little confused about how in one text it says that being given wealth is a blessing from Krishna, but it seems more like a curse. And then on the other hand, here we see somebody being born ugly as a kind of a curse in a sense, but it's actually made people very beautiful people inside.
Okay, nice question. I can understand your earlier reference was to Bhagavad Gita, where it is said that even if you have performed some yogic activities and you abandon after performing certain time and you fall down from your yogic practices, then what happens? Arjuna asks that question. Because that's his honest question. I give up everything, I try to serve God, I try to reach God, but I'm not able to do it, and I attempt and then I'm unsuccessful. And Arjuna says, that is a real tragedy, double tragedy. Neither materially he is successful because he has given up everything, spiritually he is not getting his objective. And Krishna says in reply to Arjuna's question, "O Arjuna, that those who try to follow this path, they are never at loss. Because even if they follow for a short time or a long time and they fall down, then they are born in a family of a rich, or they are born in the family of a learned transcendentalist." But Natalie, please understand, that was in relationship with connection to Krishna. In this case, it's mentioned, assuming that there is no connection to Krishna. If a person is just born with all these features mentioned, that means that person has performed sinful activities in his previous life. It is the exact same world, but children born in certain parts of this world are dying for lack of food and nutrition. Whereas this part of the world, there is such excess that people can't even, and people are becoming obese. It's the same world, there is such stark variation. And people say, this is unjust. No, it is not. Based on one's own reactions, people are getting what they are due. So if person is born in an ugly family, with no spiritual life, this is the point. Rupa Goswami is saying, if you are born in a particular family with no spiritual connection, then it is because of your past sinful reactions. But he goes on to prove, no matter what your situation is, if you take up to pure devotional service, everything is destroyed. So your connection earlier of Krishna blessing somebody with wealth, that was after they performed certain yoga. And Srila Prabhupada writes in the purport that it is better to be born in the family of transcendentalists than being born in a wealthy family, because there is a chance to forget Krishna if you are born in a wealthy family. But if you are born in the family of transcendentalists, then at least there is a high chance you'll go back home, back to Godhead again. So does that a little bit answer your question?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So in this connection, it is purely a person born in such situations devoid of any spiritual merit. And usually that happens. Because if you have performed sinful activities in your previous life, you will face sinful activities in this life. This is another important thing is, people ask this question, why do bad things happen to good people? That's a common question people ask. In fact, Harold Kushner wrote a whole book about it. But because there is no basis of soul involved, people cannot connect it. The perception is only that I am accountable for activities that I performed only in this life, which thus far have been good. So bad things should not happen to me. It's a valid premise, but faulty because you have been living for many, many lifetimes before and you don't know what sort of activities you've performed that you are performing if you are going to face the reactions now. Make sense?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, about this, it says, devotional service unto me is just like a blazing fire which can burn into ashes, unlimited fuel supplied into it. Okay, so, all right, I'm here right now, and in my past life, I have some karma to make up, maybe, good, well, I'll get the good but the bad. But so if there's some bad, and I've done some sinful things now, if I start devotional service, that shouldn't be my motivation to go into devotion, but will it burn up the past? So is that what this is saying is it's going to burn up my my bad karma from the past lives and then the future one, or the one I'm doing right now, or just did a few years ago, or so if you go into that, it'll get erase it? Yes.
And hold that thought. It will not only burn past, future, but so many other things also. We'll get into it a lot more. And we are doing bhakti for a reason, and we'll find out the reasons. Yeah. Hold that thought. But as we read more into it, you'll realize that bhakti destroys a lot more than past, present, and everything.
And future.
And future too. Yeah.
So it shouldn't be my motivation just to save myself from.
It's good. It's a good motivation to start. No. Here is the thing. It's a good motivation to start, but not the best motivation to cling on to.
No. Yeah. Right. Yes. Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I see. The thing is, bhakti destroys my sins. Let me keep doing it on the side, and this kind of gets cleared out in the path. So, yeah, good point. But thank you, Rajesh. You had a question, and then we'll go ahead.
Just quick comment, Prabhuji. I also heard about if you get to be born on a rich family, I think it's a platform from where you don't have to go through natural. Worried about how to maintain yourself, and you can, use that facility, in Krishna consciousness way to advance yourself. So it's not always the curse. I also heard that response in some of the lectures. Just thought to add to that.
So here is my answer: rich or poor, if one is attached to Krishna, one's life is perfect in whatever way you are. Because poor people. Every way they can forget Krishna. How many poor people are actually devotees, and how many rich people are actually demons? There is always a combination of both.
Yeah, we always have to have. The whole world can't be poor. The whole world can't be rich. We have to have that. Everybody. It's like the four classes of society. The Sudra. The Brahmins and all that. That is a reason why we have that.
Right.
Make a balance.
All right, so you can go ahead and probably you can, you can read till whatever time give your husband, as long as your husband says it's okay, you can read. You can read on his behalf too. Okay. Don't mind my saying that she's the better half. So is the better half of my wife. I'm the worst half, so they are good. So.
Srila Rupa Goswami quotes another verse from the 3rd canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, 33rd chapter, verse 6, in which Devahuti addresses her son Kapiladev and says, "My dear Lord, there are 9 different kinds of devotional service, beginning from hearing and chanting. Anyone who hears about your pastimes, who chants about your glories, who offers you obeisances, who thinks of you, and in this way executes any of the 9 kinds of devotional service, even if he is born in a family of dog-eaters, the lowest grade of mankind, becomes immediately qualified to perform sacrifices. As such, how is it possible that anyone actually engaged in devotional service in full Krishna consciousness has not become purified? It is not possible. One who is engaged in Krishna consciousness and devotional service has without doubt become freed from all contaminations of material sinful activities. Devotional service therefore has the power to actually nullify all kinds of reaction to sinful deeds. A devotee is nevertheless always alert not to commit any sinful activities. This is a specific qualification as a devotee. Thus, Srimad Bhagavatam states that by performing devotional service, a person who was born even in a family of dog-eaters may become eligible to take part in the performance of the ritualistic ceremonies recommended in the Vedas. It is implicit in the statement that a person born into a family of dog-eaters is generally not fit for performing yajna or sacrifice. The priestly caste in charge of performing these ritualistic ceremonies recommended in the Vedas is called the Brahmana order. Unless one is a Brahmana, he cannot perform these ceremonies.
Okay, let's all recite that verse. It's on page 215 of Shloka book. It's a nice verse to just remember. Remember, you're not here. We are not going to memorize, but it's just all repeated together. Just nicely rolls off the tongue. So, on page 215. For those who are online, we are going to recite the verse. 3rd canto, 33rd chapter, 6th verse, 333.6 from Srimad Bhagavatam. Everybody there? Okay. Kindly repeat after me. Yannamadaya Shravananukirtanad Yat Prahavanad Yasmaranadapi Kvachit Shvadopi Sadya Shavanaya Kalpate Kutah Punaste Bhagavan Darshanad. Translation: to say nothing of spiritual advancement of persons who see the Supreme Person face to face. Even a person born in a family of dog-eaters immediately becomes eligible to perform Vedic sacrifices if he once utters the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, or chants about him, hears about his pastimes, offers him obeisances, or even remembers him. So, the disqualification or the sinful reaction for the past life is that one may be born in the family of a dog-eater. But by performing the Harinam or chanting the names of Krishna, one becomes qualified to perform yajna, which means one's disqualification is destroyed when one takes up to bhakti. So the first instance of the verse is in relation to a prarabdha, and this verse Rupa Goswami says in relation to prarabdha, means the person who's suffering the present. So the future is done, the present is also so the past is done, the present is done, and now let's talk about future. So Rupa Goswami says that even if one is suffering from mature reactions which are manifest now, that are destroyed by performing devotional service to Krishna. So, go ahead, Mataji. You can read till the next paragraph and then you can give it.
A person is born in a Brahmana family or in a family of dog-eaters due to his past activities. If a person is born in a family of dog-eaters, it means that his past activities were all sinful. But if even such a person takes to the path of devotional service and begins to chant the holy names of the Lord, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, he is at once fit to perform the ritualistic ceremonies. This means that his sinful reactions have immediately become neutralized. It is stated in the Padma Puran that there are 4 kinds of effects due to sinful activities, which are listed as follows. The effect which is not yet fructified, the effect which is lying as seed, the effect which is already mature, and the effect which is almost mature. It is also stated that all these 4 effects become immediately vanquished for those who surrender unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, and become engaged in his devotional service in full Krishna consciousness.
So this answers the question about how the devotional service destroys everything. So the tendency to commit sinful activity is lying in the form, is impression, and it takes the form of a seed, and then once the seed is sown, then it becomes almost mature, which is green mango, and then yellow mango, which is ripe. So those are the stages, and how it is said that the Krishna consciousness is going to destroy all the 4 stages of sinful reactions. Here, the acharyas say that, actually the verse or the quotation here, if you can quickly look up in Padma Puran verse, it's nice to... It's on page 369 for the Shloka book. Those who are having Shloka book, online also, or those who are in the temple. But those who don't have, it's from Padma Puran, Prarabdha. Page 369. This is the verse that's being quoted here. Everybody there? Okay. So kindly repeat after me. Aprarabdha phalam papam kutam bijam phalonmukham kramenaiva praliyeta Vishnu bhakti ratatmanam. There are different stages of dormant reactions to sinful activities to be observed in a sinful life. Sinful reactions may be just waiting to take effect, phalonmukha. Reactions may be still further dormant, kuta, or the reactions may be in a seed-like state called bija. In any case, all types of sinful reactions are vanquished one after another if a person engages in the devotional service of the Lord. So the acharyas say that, starting from the present, it just destroys all the way to the back. So Phalonmukham is prarabdha karma, and going all the way back, Phalonmukham, Bijam, Kutam, everything is destroyed as a result of devotional service to Krishna. And Gunjan, I'll come. The other thing is, it may seem that everything is, because the word used here is kramenaiva. What is kramenaiva? It means one after another. Here kramenaiva, if you look up that particular, kramena in due order, means that, because people might question, so what gets destroyed first? Right? Because it's an order we are talking, the verse says kramena means in an order. The thing is, of course there is an order, but the acharyas say, if you take 50 leaves, okay, and take a sharp needle and poke through the leaves, which of the first leaf got pierced? It may seem that there is an order of which the leaves got pierced, but if you see from the perspective, they all got pretty much destroyed at the same time. Though there is an order, it's very fast. So that is the way, because it may seem, I have to wait for a long time. First this, then that. I don't know how many even I have in the prarabdha stage. It's going to be a long time. Yeah, sometimes it's long, or it may seem long, but actually bhakti destroys everything. You want to read? Any questions before? Oh yes, Gunjan had a question before we go ahead.
So Prabhuji, it is mentioned that if you start devotional service and for some reason you cannot complete it, in the next life the Lord gives you a suitable birth so that you can continue. Is this also applicable for the start of the devotional service? Do you need to have some particular kind of karma, or I know devotional service is not related to karma, but do you need to have some kind of background to start devotional service, or is it just free will of the soul?
Well, it's an interesting question, and probably we can have a few classes just on that. But if you are interested in reading, my request is please try to get a book called Madhurya Kadambini by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. In that book, it is even mentioned how does a person acquire bhakti. And then he goes on to say, probably he performed all these pious activities. That's why he got bhakti. Then he refutes that argument. Probably it's Krishna's mercy, that's why he got bhakti. In fact, nope. Actually, even Krishna's mercy is also sometimes not there. Because Krishna's mercy is kind of, it seems a little partiality is there. For the devotees, he is giving everything nice. For the demons, he is destroying them. Where is the mercy? So maybe Krishna's mercy. So the point is, it goes into some serious different causes, and the Acharya refutes those causes. The conclusion is, Bhakti is supremely independent. She can give the favor on whom she chooses. The Bhakti is completely independent of any of the processes. And through a combination of factors which one cannot seek out and come to a conclusion, a person comes into bhakti. But here is the thing, a person who's pious, who's charitable, who's doing good work, he or she in turn might come upon a chance to serve a pure devotee. That could be the starting point. Mostly that is the starting point. A way is that I performed some unknown spiritual pious activity, not the material pious activity. Not that I opened up so many hospitals, or I dug up so many roads, I opened up. Those things are great, please. The reactions, but you will get only positive reactions. Again, you have to take birth. Again, So even if you get a prison with the most best amenities, which even Obama envies, maybe I should have been in that prison. The guy has everything in the prison, but you are still in a prison. So, does that a little bit answer your question? I agree. I totally agree if you are not satisfied with the answer, because if that answer is given in a book, to speak in 1 minute is a little hard. But, if we have time, probably we can read from that book a little bit. But it is called Madhurya Kadambini. It is, Kadambini is cloud bank, and Madhurya is sweetness. So it's literal translation is the cloud bank of sweetness by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, in which he traces out the different steps of devotion, from Shraddha to Sadhu Sangha, Bhajana Kriya. It goes on and on and on. And it traces out that. So let's continue further.
Those effects described as almost mature refer to the distress from which one is suffering at present, and the effects lying as seed are the core of the heart, where there is a certain stock of sinful desires which are like seeds. The Sanskrit word kutam means that they are almost ready to produce the seeds or the effect of the seed. An immature effect refers to the case where the seedling has not begun. From this statement of Padma Purana, it is understood that the material contamination is very subtle. In its beginning, its fruition and the results, and how one suffers such results in the form of distress, are part of great chain. When one catches some disease, it is often very difficult to ascertain the cause of the disease, where it's originated and how it is maturing. The suffering of a disease, however, does not appear all of a sudden. It actually takes time. And as in the medical field, the precaution's sake, the doctor injects a vaccination to prevent the growing of contamination. The practical injections to stop all the fructification of the seeds of our sinful activities is simply engagement in Krishna consciousness. In this connection, Sukdev Goswami speaks in the 6th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, 2nd chapter, verses 17, about the story of Ajmera, who began life as a fine and dutiful Brahmana, but in his young manhood became wholly corrupted by a prostitute. At the end of his wicked life, just by calling the name of Narayana, the Krishna, he was saved despite so much sin. Sukdev pointed out that austerity, charity, and the performance of ritualistic ceremonies of contracting sinful activities are recommended processes, but they are performing them, one cannot remove the sinful desire seed from the heart, as was the case with Ajmela in his youth. This sinful desire seeds can be removed only by achieving Krishna consciousness, and this can be accomplished very easily by chanting the Maha Mantra or Hare Krishna mantra as recommended by Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In other words, unless one adopts the path of devotional service, he cannot be 100% clean from all reactions of sinful activities.
You can read one more paragraph and then we can stop there.
By performing Vedic rituals activities, by giving money or the charity, or by undergoing austerities, one can temporarily become free from the reactions of sinful activities, but at the next moment he must again become engaged in sinful activity. For example, a person suffering from a venereal disease on account of excessive indulgence in sex life has to undergo some severe pain in medical treatment, and he is then cured for the time being, but because he has not been able to remove the sex desire from his heart, he must again indulge in same thing and become a victim of same disease. So medical treatment may give temporary relief from the distress of such venereal disease, but unless one is trained to understand that sex life is abominable and it is impossible to be saved from this repeated distress. Similarly, the ritualistic performance, charity, the austerity, which are recommended in the Vedas may be temporarily stop one from acting in sinful way, but as long as the heart is not clean, one will have to repeat sinful activities again and again.
So that is the mercy or greatness, because in the previous other processes there is something called prayashchita, or what is called atonement. You perform certain sinful activities and you atone it through some pious activities, but the tendency to commit is still there, and it is said here that Krishna pure devotional service is also going to destroy that particular tendency within the heart. Any questions? All right. So, okay, before that, a quiz question. You can give it to him. So, what is this discussion going on? Which characteristics of pure devotional service are we talking here? Really? All right, good. So, we are still on the track, because each of that, Srila Rupa Goswami takes pain to explain what is it all about. It's not just some theoretical statement. Yes?
Let's see. I'll ask the question now, but if you want to wait and answer
Sure.
it later, that's fine. I'd like to understand how the practice of tapas it relates to this also, like with devotional service and also doing tapas. So, like austerities. So, we can talk about it in another place. But.
Yeah, okay. When you say how they are related, you mean to say, is there an effect by doing one or another, or is it how one affects another? I'm not able to get that.
For example, I know some of the swamis that have visited our temple have come through, and we talked, and they were doing some tapas. They're also doing devotional service, but also doing tapas.
I see.
So I'd like to understand how it's combined and
Nice.
how it kind of fits together.
Excellent question. While I would rather take your second option and
Yeah, no, that's fine.
and
We don't
wait, because there is a discussion of tapas at length.
Okay.
And what exactly is tapas from our perspective? A person or a sadhaka in the path of bhakti, what is his or her tapas is clearly defined.
Okay.
And the reason why I ask you to wait is there is an in-depth discussion on that.
Okay.
How by doing too little is not too good and doing too much is not good either. I mean, people might think that doing too much of tapas is a good thing, but actually from our perspective it is not that good either.
It's imbalance.
And why and what is something we are going to discuss.
Okay.
So please hold your question and remind me please when we are in that class so that at least your answers will be your questions will be answered.
Is there a chapter that discusses
Yes,
it?
it's called Yukta Vairagya part will come. Let's see. If you want to read up, it's anyway. I'll bring it up. I'll look up later and I'll let you know.
No, that's okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Later is fine.
Sure. It's called Yukta Vairagya, and how much is the appropriate, the optimum renunciation is the word used in that connection.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, good. And you can go all the way till Krishna consciousness is all auspicious till next page. Yes, sir.
Another example given in Srimad Bhagavatam concerns the elephant who enters into a lake and takes a bath very seriously, cleansing his body thoroughly. Then as soon as he comes onto shore, he again takes some dust from the earth and throws it over his body. Similarly, a person who is not trained in Krishna consciousness cannot become completely free from the desire for sinful activities. Neither the yoga's process nor philosophical speculations nor fruitive activities can save one from the seeds of sinful desires. Only by being engaged in devotional service can this be done. There is another evidence in the 4th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, 22nd chapter, verse 39, wherein Sanatana Kumara says, "My dear king, the false ego of a human being is so strong that it keeps him in material existence as if tied up by a strong rope. Only the devotees can cut off the knot of this strong rope very easily by engaging themselves in Krishna consciousness. Others who are not in Krishna consciousness but are trying to become great mystic or great ritual performers cannot advance like the devotees. Therefore, it is the duty of everyone to engage himself in the activities of Krishna consciousness in order to be freed from the tight knot of false ego and engagement in material activities. This tight knot of false ego is due to ignorance. As long as one is ignorant about his identity, he is sure to act wrongly and thereby becomes entangled in material contamination. This ignorance of factual knowledge can also be dissipated by Krishna consciousness, as is confirmed in the Padma Purana as follows. Pure devotional service in Krishna consciousness is highest in enlightenment, and when such enlightenment is there, it is just like a blazing forest fire, killing all the inauspicious snake of desire. The example is being given in this connection that when there is a forest fire, the extensive blazing automatically kills all the snakes in the forest. There are many, many snakes on the ground of the forest, and when a fire takes place, it burns the dried foliage, and the snakes are immediately attacked. Animals who have 4 legs can flee from the fire or can at least try to flee, but the snakes are immediately killed. Similarly, the blazing fire of Krishna consciousness is so strong that the snakes of ignorance are immediately killed.
Nice. So let's, for those who have Shloka book, let's read that verse. It's 217. I think that's will be the last verse for today. So at least all repeating. 217. 4th canto, 22 chapter, 39th verse, which is mentioned here. 217. Kindly repeat after me. Yat pada pankaja palasha vilasa bhaktya Karmaşayam gratitam udgratayanti shantaha. Tadvanariktamatayo yatayo piruddha. Shroto ganastamaranam bhaja vasudevam. The devotees who are always engaged in the service of the toes of the lotus feet of the Lord can very easily overcome hard-knotted desires for fruitive activities. Because this is very difficult, the non-devotees, the jnanis and yogis, although trying to stop the waves of sense gratification, cannot do so. Therefore, you are advised to engage in the devotional service of Krishna, the son of Vasudeva. So, this is an extensive description on which characteristics of pure devotion? Which is relief from material distress. So Rupa Goswami explains at length about the sinful reactions, how the suffering is going on, and then how pure devotional service can destroy all the suffering. We'll come back to the question, because the question I asked is, why am I not feeling it? Why my material sufferings are still existing even though I am a devotee? Why do I have to go to office, and why I am being forced by my boss, and why am I being harassed by my landlord or tax guy or whatever it is, the IRS? Why am I suffering all those things? Sometimes my tooth is aching, sometimes whatever is aching. So the point here is, in devotional service there is a progression. And the progression is one of the verses which we are going to memorize, which is Adau Shraddha, Tato Sadhu Sangha, Tato Ta Bhajana Kriya, Tato Anartha Nivritti Syat, Tata Nishta Ruchistha. It's on page 400 for those who want to look up. 400? No, it will be a little more than that. These are one of the verses we need to memorize, so we better start. That's on page 400, yeah. So we'll come across this verse later when we are doing Nectar of Devotion, but it is there. Adau Shraddha, Tata Sadhu Sangha, Tato Ta Bhajana Kriya, Tato Anartha Nivritti Syat, Tato Nishta Ruchistata, Ata Shaktis Tato Bhavas, Tata Prema Abhyudanchati, Sadhakanam Ayam Premna, Pradur Bhave Bhavit Kama. In the beginning there must be faith, then one becomes interested in associating with pure devotees. Thereafter one is initiated by the spiritual master and executes regulative principles under his orders. Thus one is freed from all unwanted habits and becomes firmly fixed in devotional service. So the thing is that becoming fixed in devotional service, the Sanskrit word for that is, bonus points, anybody who can say? Nishta. So it is said that these two characteristics will manifest at the stage of Nishta. So till we are on the stage of Nishta, there will be some things which are kind of going to happen. So one shouldn't be discouraged. One shouldn't say, Rupa Goswami says this, not happening to me, so this process is not great. Let me look up some other medicine. No, sir, this is the medicine. We just need to kind of read the directions. They are in fine print there, so just open up a little bit. But the fact is that the devotional service starting from very starting is nice. There is some certain relief. There is some sense of fearlessness that comes, a sense of being protected, and that is pretty much perceivable. Otherwise, nobody will join. Everybody comes on the day one. Okay, God, still suffering, dude. Hello. And they won't stay here for some time. The fact is, there is some nice flavor of devotional service that helps the devotee to kind of move ahead. Makes sense? So, at any cost, cling on to this. Guarantee. Result is guaranteed. That was the Acharyas say. And they usually are not trying to sell us some second-hand cars or some appliances or some clothes or perfumes. They are liberated souls who just are concerned with our interest. Otherwise, why would they be spending time in Vrindavan, giving up their ministership posts to write books for our benefits? It seems Rupa Goswami actually when he wrote Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, in those days there was no paper, pen, laptops, dictation, phones, machines, nothing. You had to write on a palm leaf. The problem with the palm leaf was this, that when you dry the palm leaf, you can dry only one side. Yes? Because you dry it in the sun for many days, the one side. Then you have to turn it over and the other side is dried. So Rupa Goswami, he would write, so these were the two palm leaves that were dried. So he would write verse 1 and verse 3. Turn it over, 2 and 4, so that it would, when you join it up, it opens up nicely. Imagine, because you're writing in a paper, and then he could write only on one side, and he had to wait for the other side to dry. So he would write 1, 3, turn it over 2, 4, and then when they are collated, it opens up nicely. That was the genius. So these are their words that we are receiving by the mercy of Prabhupada today. And please tell me that they were not fooling around or being very casual with their writing. They were writing for the highest welfare of the human society. Questions? Yes, Prabhu.
So, Prabhuji, we are talking about the sinful reactions being vanquished or removed by devotional service. Yeah. So in 1866 Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that if you surrender to me, then I will remove all the sinful reactions. So, I mean, who is removing that? Is it devotional service or is it Krishna? I mean, there is no talk of him so far in this discussion today. So, I also heard from you that devotional service is independent. So I'm kind of looking for answers here.
Well, if Krishna is the cause of all causes, Krishna is the source of everything, Krishna is the supreme purifier. If he says that I remove your sins, pretty much they are gone. He is the one who put us here in this world, and by his mercy, all the reactions can be cleansed if he so chooses. So he is the supreme judge. If you go to a judge, and the judge says you are free, I absolve you of all your sins, you are a free man. You don't question, Judge, why are you doing this? I did some sinful reaction, give me some punishment. It is said, don't question justice in the face of mercy. That grace that is coming from Krishna, that's enough. The other point here one should understand is that when you surrender to Krishna, why are we in this world? Because we said, Krishna, I don't want to serve you. I want to live life separately. Because we had that tendency, Krishna put us here. What is it that is holding us onto this world? Our karma, our material desires, our activities, and the concomitant reactions. So one after another, life is going. I perform some action, then there is a reaction to that, right? It is dragging me along. I perform something, again. So the karma is a chain that keeps dragging the soul from one body to another. But when you surrender to Krishna, that chain of karma is slashed and the jiva becomes free. And that is possible through devotional service. There are many levels of purification. Please understand that also. On different platforms of yoga, there are different purifications. Jnana yoga has its own purification. Karma yoga has its own purification. Bhakti yoga has its own purification. The speciality of purification through Bhakti yoga is that the tendency also to commit sinful reactions is destroyed within the core of heart. Other processes may not be that effective. So when we surrender to Krishna, Krishna says, I'll make sure that you will not commit sin again. Because I'll make your heart so clean that you don't feel like doing it. I'll show you my beauty and I'll show you the nectar from my lotus feet, tasting which everything is mundane. Then why do you even commit sinful reactions? It's like disgusting. So that's even a better choice. So that's how Krishna protects. That is one way he protects. The other way is to kind of, by giving his service, he keeps you always engaged in his service, then you don't have time for other things. So there are ways, inconceivable. Again, you can't think of how Krishna does. That's the another point. Bhishma Dev, he writes, I'll give a little story from Bhagavatam. Is that okay? Okay. All right. So the battlefield of Mahabharata was over, and the survivors from the Pandavas were 5 Pandavas plus there was one other person who survived, Parikshit Maharaj. So who was the grandson of Maharaj Yudhishthir, he survived. Maharaj Yudhishthir, he became the king. But then he was a very compassionate personality. He was feeling depressed. People actually will be happy if he is an ordinary person. Yes, my enemies are destroyed. I am back as king. Ha ha ha. But he was feeling dejected and depressed. You know what was his reason for dejection and depression? Just for me to become the king, millions and millions of people were slaughtered. This is a terrible tragedy. How much of sinful reaction I take on my head, and what is the end to all these things. And he was inconsolable. Now, Krishna, he was living with him at that time when he had this phase of depression. And Krishna consoled him, saying, it's okay. You know what's the problem? He was not even consoled by Krishna himself. People can ask, maybe Krishna doesn't speak well, that he can't console people. Or maybe he doesn't have that power. But there was a reason why Krishna did what he did. He wanted to turn the spotlight onto Lord Bhishma. Lord Bhishma was lying, as we know, on the bed of arrows. And he was waiting. He had the boon that he could quit his body at any time of his choosing. And since Yudhishthir was inconsolable and Bhishma was lying there on the battlefield on a bed of arrows, it was Krishna's plan to actually benefit or show mercy on both Yudhishthir and Bhishma. So they all go to visit Lord Bhishma. Lord Bhishma is lying on the battlefield. Lord Bhishma looks up at Yudhishthir. He says, "Oh, you Pandavas, what terrible tragedies you had to endure. You, Yudhishthir, are son of Dharma. You are Dharma personified, and you never committed any fault in your life. Yet the tragedies you underwent would have actually destroyed an ordinary human being." And Bhishma Dev, he gives the answer. He says, "Oh Yudhishthir, it is the effect of the time that you had to undergo this. And this was all the plan of the Lord. Since time immemorial, people have tried to understand the plan of the Lord, but they failed to do so. And we have people who forecast weathers, and most of the time they are wrong. Here you are trying to forecast God. Oh, God must be doing like this, must be doing like that. We don't know. It's inconceivable. Krishna says, that's why you accept my word, surrender unto me, I'll protect you. That's a good enough assurance. How he does, where he does, why he does, in what way he does, it's up to him. But he does is a guarantee. Because there is no force in this entire universe that can break the promise of Krishna. Not to his devotees. He is willing to break his own promises. As we talked about Bhishma. And Bhishma, he's on the battlefield. He beautifully offers prayers to the Lord. And he says, one of the prayers, that you are so devoted, you love your devotees so much that you are willing to break your own promise, and you lifted that wheel and you rushed like a mad elephant to kill me, and when you are coming out of your chariot, your outer garment slipped out of your body, yet you didn't care and you're about to come and kill me. And I cherish that sight very much. I love that sight. So the point here is, Krishna is saying that you don't trust my word, that's okay. But the word I give to my devotees, I don't care about my own reputation as long as that's taken care of. So if Krishna is so protective of his devotees, then it's a hard justification not to follow his words. Kaunteya pratijane hi name bhaktya pranashyati. He says, Arjuna, boldly declare to the world that my devotees never perish. The acharyas say that why is Krishna asking? Krishna is absolute truth. He's saying to Arjuna, you go and boldly declare. Because the acharyas say Arjuna's words were serious words. Words that were so definitive. When Arjuna took a vow, it means either he had to give up his life or that vow had to be fulfilled. And Krishna says, sometimes I'll say this, I'll say that. But Arjuna, when you say something, it's pretty serious. So you declare it to the world. There is one more story I'll give, and then we'll go.
Because Krishna used to, sometimes...
Right. Sometimes he said to the gopis of Vrindavan, I'll come back soon. I'll come back just now, a few days. He never comes back. So he does whatever he does. He's transcendental. But, Arjuna's words were serious. I'll give one more story and then we'll go on to the track. It's okay? Because, at 4 sharp we have to stop. If we can't complete the class today, I'll give an overview and then the next time when we meet in 2 weeks' time, we'll try to catch up 2, 3, 4 and whatever other chapters we'll do. And we'll just do a synopsis. Arjuna had taken a vow that anybody who says, you are not worthy of your bow Gandiva and you should drop it, I'll kill that person on the spot. Fine vow. Warrior, you can take a vow, it's great. So what happens was that in Mahabharata war, Karna, he goes heavily against Yudhishthir. He wounds Yudhishthir, he's very ferocious against Yudhishthir. And he unleashes his barrage of arrows against Yudhishthir and Yudhishthir is defeated. But the problem is Karna gives a word to his mother Kunti, I won't kill anybody except Arjuna. I'll spare the life of all your sons except Arjuna. So he defeats Yudhishthir. He says, you know what? I'll spare your life. You go. You're not fit to fight for me. Yudhishthir is burning with rage. It's like really, he's humiliated and he goes back into the camp. He's like, his ego is hurt. His psyche is badly wounded and he's just sitting fuming what he should do. In the meanwhile, Arjuna hears that his brother actually was wounded. He didn't know the critical nature of his wounds, nor did he know what happened to his brother. So out of concern, he goes back to the camp and he meets Yudhishthir. Yudhishthir assumes that Arjuna has come after killing Karna and is avenging his honor. So Yudhishthir asks Arjuna, oh Arjuna, so did you kill Karna? I'm so great you killed. Arjuna says, no, I didn't kill Karna. I just came here to find out how you were. I heard you were wounded, I just wanted. And then Yudhishthir, he already is so angry that his honor is insulted. He chastises Arjuna. He says, what have you done? You are a Kshatriya, you shouldn't leave the battlefield. And you came here all the way just to check on me. It's better you give up your Gandiva bow. Arjuna had taken a vow that whoever says that, he's going to kill him. He has to kill his own brother, elder brother. Then he's in a dilemma. As usual, Krishna says, you can kill person in more than one ways. So Arjuna goes at it with his brother. He says, you say you are a king, you can't even protect your own wife. And he chastises or kills his brother through his words. And then immediately after saying that, he falls at the feet of his brother and takes dust from his feet and goes back to fight. The point I am trying to make is that Arjuna is pretty serious when he comes to his words. Therefore, Krishna says to Arjuna, Kaunteya pratijanehi name bhaktya pranashvati. You declare it boldly to the world, O Arjuna, that my devotee never perishes. Your words are there. Anyways, that's some story. So, we'll quickly go ahead. So, after describing about the destruction of the material suffering, the next quality of pure devotional service is auspiciousness. So, the other qualities, they are not discussed, they are discussed at length, but not so much. But so we'll quickly go. Kameshwari Mataji, please read all the way till page 10, first paragraph.
Krishna consciousness is all auspicious. Srila Rupa Goswami has given a definition of auspiciousness. He says that actual auspiciousness means welfare activities for all the people people of the world. At the present moment, groups of people are engaged in welfare activities in terms of society, community or nation. There is even an attempt in the form of the United Nations for World Health Activity. But due to the shortcomings of the limited national activities, such a general mass welfare program for the whole world is not practically possible. The Krishna consciousness movement, however, is so nice that it can render the highest benefit to the entire human race. Everyone can be attracted by this movement and everyone can feel the result. Therefore, Rupa Goswami and other learned scholars agree that a broad propaganda program for the Krishna consciousness movement of devotional service all over the world is the highest humanitarian welfare activity. How the Krishna consciousness movement can attract the attention of the whole world and how each and every man can feel pleasure in this Krishna consciousness is stated in the Padma Purana as follows. A person who is engaged in devotional service in full Krishna consciousness is to be understood to be doing the best service to the whole world and to be pleasing everyone in the world. In addition to human society, he is pleasing even to the trees and animals because they also become attracted by such a movement. A practical example of this was shown by Lord Chaitanya when he was traveling through the forests of Jharikhanda in central India for spreading his Sankirtan movement. The tigers, the elephants, the deers, and all the other wild animals joined him and were participating in their own ways by dancing and chanting Hare Krishna. Furthermore, a person engaged in Krishna consciousness, acting in devotional service, can develop all the good qualities that are generally found in the demigods. It is said by Shukadev Goswami in the 5th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, 18th chapter, verse 12. My dear king, persons who have unflinching faith in Krishna and are without any duplicity can develop all the good qualities of the demigods. On account of a devotee's high grade of Krishna consciousness, even the demigods like to live with him, and therefore it can be understood that the qualities of the demigods have developed within his body. On the other hand, a person who is not in Krishna consciousness has no good qualities. He may be highly educated from the academic point of view, but in the actual field of his activities, he can be seen to be baser than the animals. Even though a person is highly educated academically, if he cannot go beyond the sphere of mental activities, then he is sure to perform only material activities and thus remain impure. There are so many persons in the modern world who have been highly educated in the materialistic universities, but it is seen that they cannot take up the movement of Krishna consciousness and develop the high qualities of the demigods. For example, a Krishna conscious boy, even if he is not very well educated by the university standard, can immediately give up all illicit sex life, gambling, meat eating and intoxication, whereas those who are not in Krishna consciousness, although very highly educated, are often drunkards, meat eaters, sex mongers and gamblers. These are practical proofs of how a Krishna conscious person becomes highly developed in good qualities, whereas a person who is not in Krishna consciousness cannot do so. We experience that even a young boy in Krishna consciousness is unattached to cinemas, nightclubs, naked dance shows, restaurants, liquor shops, etc. He becomes completely freed. He saves his valuable time from being extravagantly spent in the way of smoking, drinking, attending the theatre and dancing.
You can read one more.
One who is not in Krishna consciousness actually cannot sit silently even for half an hour. The yoga system teaches that if you become silent, you will realize that you are God. This system may be all right for materialistic persons, but how long will they be able to keep themselves silent? Artificially, they may sit down for so-called meditation, but immediately after their yogic performance, they will engage themselves again in such activities as illicit sex life, gambling, meat eating, and many other nonsensical things. But a Krishna-conscious person gradually elevates himself without endeavoring for this so-called silent meditation. Simply because he is engaged in Krishna consciousness, he automatically gives up all this nonsense and develops a high character. One develops the highest character by becoming a pure devotee of Krishna. The conclusion is that no one can truly have any good qualities if he is lacking Krishna consciousness.
So, which stage of pure devotional service characteristics we are discussing? All auspicious. So, the first two qualities are found in which level of sadhana bhakti. So, Srila Rupa Goswami says when it comes to all auspiciousness, there are 4 characteristics that defines all auspiciousness. The first characteristic is that everybody is attracted everybody is benefited. So, for example, with Krishna consciousness movement, Srila Prabhupada writes the United Nations, he talks about it, where he says that Krishna consciousness is the highest humanitarian work, which means that this is benefiting the entire human race. And everybody else is also attracted to Krishna consciousness. Those 2 characteristics are discussed pretty much in the first 2 or 3 paragraphs of this particular purport. Then the next characteristic is that you develop all the good characteristics. And then Srila Prabhupada talks at length, as Mataji read. It starts with the verse, Yasyasti Bhaktir Bhagavati Akinchana. From that particular point, Srila Prabhupada explains at length about how, Krishna consciousness, by Krishna consciousness you can develop all the good characteristics which are found in the demigods. The 4th characteristics of the auspiciousness is that it provides a happiness. A person is happy in that particular stage. So all auspiciousness has 4 characteristics: benefits everybody, everybody is attracted, develops good qualities, and a person is given happiness. Please understand that this happiness is a little different from the other happiness which we described. So the 6 characteristics of pure devotional service are: first is relief from all miseries, all auspicious, derides the concept of liberation. Then there is one more. Derides the concept of liberation. No, transcendental pleasure is very rare to achieve. Derives the concept of liberation and very rare to achieve. The last 2 are that it puts one in a state of transcendental bliss, and the last one is only means to attract Krishna. So the 5th characteristics of pure devotional service, which puts in a stage of highest bliss, that is a little different. That this happiness here we are talking comes on the sadhana stage, but the prema happiness, it's a completely mind-blowing experience. It's way different. I mean, we see devotees, for example, even when they are having kirtan, they are ecstatically happy and chanting and dancing. So that happiness comes from sadhana. But when one is on a prema, that happiness you feel is on a different level. So there is slight difference that one shouldn't get confused. That we are talking of happiness here and then happiness there. But this happiness is different. So this happiness, Srila Rupa Goswami compares 3 types of happiness and how the happiness from Krishna consciousness is the highest of all. So let's go ahead. Kumari Leelamatji. Yes.
Quick question. The 4 characters of auspiciousness, one is to help, it helps everybody. The other,
Right.
It gives good qualities, and then it gives happiness. And then what's the 4th one?
Everybody is attracted.
Oh, everybody's attracted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or the devotee who's all auspicious is everybody is attracted to that person. Who isn't attracted to Vaisesika Prabhu here? And enough said.
You can ask a question.
Yes.
Yeah, bro. Here, auspiciousness means like when we generally give the books, Bhagavad Gita, and then we tell public, people saying that these books will bring all auspiciousness to your family. So here it's explained only regarding the like in your devotional service steps. But it's also a kind of auspiciousness also brings kind of in the health as well as wealth and everything, or not?
Yes, that covers in the previous thing. When we say health, when you have ill health, which means you are suffering from, so that destroys it, which means the health is automatically taken care of. The wealth and all that also is mentioned here, because by pure devotional service you get so many, you get bhukti kam, you get mukti kam, you get siddhi kam. There are pure devotional service gives so many extra benefits. That's another thing, because the neophyte stage we may think, wow, Krishna has given me so much. I did him. My business is great. I'm making a lot of profits. My family, everybody is listening now to me, and my health is great. This is what is bhakti. I think we are good here. So there can be a trap because in the early stage of devotional service, you get everything, both material and spiritual, when we perform devotional service. So, and it is seen. It is practically seen. Yes. Thank you.
Auspicious. What's the definition of auspicious? Sacred?
Well, auspicious has all the 4 characteristics. If there are 4 characteristics that are found in a person, that is all auspicious. That thing, person or process is auspicious. Yes, go ahead.
Happiness in Krishna consciousness. Srila Rupa Goswami has analyzed the different sources of happiness. He has divided happiness into 3 categories, which are 1. Happiness derived from material enjoyment. 2. Happiness derived by identifying oneself with the Supreme Brahman. And 3. Happiness derived from Krishna consciousness. In the Tantra Shastra, Lord Shiva speaks to his wife Sati in this way: My dear wife, a person who has surrendered himself at the lotus feet of Govinda and who has thus developed pure Krishna consciousness can be very easily awarded all the perfections desired by the imperfectionalist, and beyond these, he can enjoy the happiness achieved by the pure devotees. Happiness derived from the pure devotional service is the highest, because it is eternal. The happiness derived from material perfection or understanding oneself to be Brahman is inferior, because it is temporary. There is no preventing one's falling down from material happiness, and there is even every chance of falling down from the spiritual happiness derived by identifying oneself with the impersonal Brahman. It has been seen that great Mayavadi, impersonalists, sannyasis, very highly educated and almost realized souls may sometimes take to political activities or to social welfare activities. The reason is that they actually do not derive any ultimate transcendental happiness in the impersonal understanding, and therefore must come down to the material platform and take to such mundane affairs. There are many instances, especially in India, where these Mayavadi sannyasis descend to the material platform again. But a person who is fully in Krishna consciousness will never return to any sort of material platform. However alluring and attracting they may be, he always knows that no material welfare activities can compare to the spiritual activity of Krishna consciousness. The mystic perfections achieved by the actually successful yogis are 8 in number. Anima Siddhi refers to the power by which one can become too small that he can enter into a stone. Modern scientific improvements also enable us to enter into stone because they provide for excavating so many subways, penetrating the hills, etc. So Anima Siddhi, the mystic perfection of trying to enter into stone, has also been achieved by material science. Similarly, all of the Yoga Siddhi, perfections are material arts. For example, in one Yoga Siddhi, there is development of the power to become so light that one can float in the air or on water. That is also being performed by modern scientists. They are flying in the air, they are floating on the surface of the water, and they are traveling under the water. After comparing all these mystic yoga siddhis to materialistic perfections, we find that the materialistic scientists try for the same perfection. So actually there is no difference between mystic perfection and materialistic perfection. A German scholar once said that the so-called yoga perfections had already been achieved by the modern scientists, and so he was not concerned with them. He intelligently went to India to learn how he could understand his eternal relationship with the Supreme Lord by means of Bhakti Yoga devotional service. Of course, in the categories of mystic perfection, there are certain processes that the material scientists have not yet been able to develop. For instance, a mystic yogi can enter into the sun planet simply by using the rays of the sunshine. This perfection is called lagima. Similarly, a yogi can touch the moon with his finger. Though the modern astronauts go to the moon with the help of spaceships, they undergo many difficulties, whereas a person with mystic perfection can extend his hand and touch the moon with his finger. This siddhi is called prapti or acquisition. With this prapti siddhi, not only can the perfect mystic yogi touch the moon planet, but he can extend his hand anywhere and take whatever he likes. He may be sitting thousands of miles away from a certain place, and if he likes, he can take fruit from the garden there. This is Prapti Siddhi. The modern scientists have manufactured nuclear weapons with which they can destroy an insignificant part of this planet, but by the Yoga Siddhi known as Ishita, one can create and destroy an entire planet simply at will. Another perfection is called Vashita, and by this perfection one can bring anyone under his control. This is a kind of hypnotism that is almost irresistible. Sometimes it is found that a yogi who may have attained a little perfection in his Vashita mystic power comes out among the people and speaks all sorts of nonsense, controls their minds, exploits them, takes their money, and then goes away.
This type of yogi didn't have the other kind of siddhis, I guess, to get whatever I want. So I need the other people's money. Please.
So, if I'm that person, like the yogi is luring, let's say, so how we could safeguard, those people have attained certain so-called siddhis and they can control somebody. So is that Krishna helps the people or just...
Depending on one's surrender, he'll help. Because no amount of power can... Krishna is called Yogeshwara, a master of all mystic powers. So if one surrenders to Krishna, there is no mystic yogi that can touch him. There is no power that can act. Impossible. Because the case in point is the cowherd boys in the caves of Vrindavan, who were like, who is a better mystic than Brahma, at least in this universe? And he took away all the calves and cows and hid them there. He wanted to see, they say, this boy is God. Small cowherd boy, uncultured in a village. They don't even have a proper dress like me. And he's plays with his friends. They say he's a god. So let me test him. Let me see what is the power of his mystic potency. He hides. And then when he hides and when he comes back later, everything is the same. So he's confused. So if Krishna's mystic power can bewilder even Brahma, these chota-mota yogis, what can they do? Seriously. Small pity.
The reason I'm asking this question is, if somebody has that siddhi, and another person is a very simple, may not be really elevated, but, at least maybe searching for something, so, they can lure him away and kind of, take him from his path and can, exploit it.
Yeah, it's a possibility, and it's a sad possibility of this age, because there are so many mystics and yogis and babas and fakirs who cheat people in the name of religion. The scriptures say that they are going to the darkest region of hell because of the simple fact that they are abusing the faith of the people and thwarting their progress. But on the other hand, see from the victim's perspective. If people want to be cheated, if people want to think that I can do all sorts of nefarious activities and give some money to Baba and he'll save me from so many other things. If you want to have that mentality, then people will come along and cheat you. Right? So the best way is, if you are educated in Krishna consciousness, you know what is what, and you won't be cheated.
May I say something?
Please.
This, based on my previous, studies, my understanding of siddhis is their natural occurrence from doing your sadhana,
right?
But you're not supposed to get stuck there. And sometimes you work through siddhis. They can be very fast, like even a week. You can read people's minds. You can attract certain things to you. But the yogis that are, for example, in India now taking money, etc., they're stuck in that phase. And the purpose of siddhis, it's just a natural outcome of your sadhana. It's not what you're aiming for. So they haven't gone to the next level in their practice, actually.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. But before that, what are we discussing here? Happiness in Krishna consciousness. Happiness in Krishna consciousness is subheading for which quality of pure devotional service? All auspicious? The point is that we have this umbrella. These are the 6 qualities. And then there are subheadings and subheadings. So the subheadings is, in all auspiciousness, one of the characteristics, a person is happy. So here Prabhupada is discussing at length what is siddhikam, means, or happiness comes from siddhi, or what is happiness from material enjoyment, or what is happiness from spiritual enjoyment or Brahman realization. At the discussion, Sri Rupa Goswami says there are 3 types of happiness. What are those? Happiness derived from sense gratification or material. Happiness derived from Brahman. Happiness derived from Krishna consciousness or pure devotional service. So here the happiness that is being discussed, the siddhi happiness is mostly material. Right? It's just, Srila Prabhupada says that most of these mystic perfections have been already discovered by the modern scientists. Right? Some of them they couldn't still discover, but they discovered it. All right, so who's the next reader, please?
There is another mystic perfection which is known as Prakamaya magic. By this Prakamaya power, one can achieve anything he likes. For example, one can make water enter into his eyes and then again come out from within the eye. Simply by his will he can perform such wonderful activities. The highest perfection of mystic yoga is called Kama Vasayita. This is also magic, but whereas the Prakamaya power acts to create wonderful effects within scope of nature, Kama Vasayita permits one to contradict nature. In other words, to do the impossible. Of course, one can derive great amounts of temporary happiness by achieving such yogic materialistic perfections. Foolishly, people who are enamored of the glitter of modern materialistic advancement are thinking that Krishna consciousness movement is for less intelligent men. I am better off being busy with my material comforts, maintaining a nice apartment, family and sex life. These people do not know that at any moment they can be kicked out of their material situation. Due to ignorance, they do not know that real life is eternal. The temporary comforts of the body are not the goal of life, and it is due only to darkest ignorance that people become enamored of the glittering advancement of material comforts. Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur has therefore said that the advancement of the material knowledge renders a person more foolish because it causes one to forget his real identity by its glitter. This is doom for him because this human form of life is meant for glittering out of material contamination. By the advancement of material knowledge, people are becoming more and more entangled in material existence. They have no hope of being liberated from the catastrophe. In the Hari Bhakti Suddhodaya, it is stated that Prahlad Maharaj, a great devotee of the Lord, prayed to Narasimhadev, the half-lion, half-man incarnation, as follows: My dear Lord, I repeatedly pray unto you, unto your lotus feet, that I may simply be stronger in devotional service. I simply pray that my Krishna consciousness may be more stronger and steady, because happiness derived out of Krishna consciousness and devotional service is so powerful that with it one can have all the other perfections of religiousness, economic development, sense gratification, and even the attainment of liberation from material existence. Actually, a pure devotee does not aspire after any of this perfection, because the happiness derived from devotional service in Krishna consciousness is so transcendental and so unlimited that no other happiness can compare to it. It is said that even one drop of happiness in Krishna consciousness stands beyond comparison with an ocean of happiness derived from any other activity. Thus, any person who has developed even a little quantity of pure devotional service can very easily kick out all the other kinds of happiness derived from religiousness, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation. There was a devotee of Lord Chaitanya known as Kholavecha Sridhar, who was a poor man. He was doing a small business selling cup made from leaves of plantain trees, and his income was almost nothing. Still, he was spending 50% of his small income on the worship of Ganges, and with the other 50% he was somehow living. Lord Chaitanya once revealed himself to this confidential devotee Kholavecha Sridhar and offered him any opulence he liked. But Sridhar informed the Lord that he did not want any material opulence. He was quite happy in his present position and wanted only to gain unflinching faith and devotion unto the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya. That is the position of pure devotee. If they can engage 24 hours each day in devotional service, they do not want anything else, not even the happiness of liberation or of becoming one with the Supreme.
Wonderful. So this particular section, it talks about different kinds of happiness. Happiness from mystic perfections, happiness from other things. And in comparison or in conclusion, Srila Rupa Goswami says the happiness derived from devotional service is much higher or infinitely superior. In fact, when we read the next paragraph, we'll see the quantity or the comparison that is done here. So up till this point, the all auspicious quality of pure devotional service is discussed. The next paragraph discusses wherein the liberation is derided. The third characteristics of devotional service is that those who are on this platform, they deride the concept of liberation, right? If you can look up the first 6. Oh, pure devotional service puts, okay, that is the happiness. So we discussed this particular thing, right? I'm lost here. So, Kleshagni, Shuvada, Moksha Lagutakrit, Sandriyananda Visheshatma, Sri Krishna Karshini. Okay, so this is the fifth one right here. Okay, so the fifth one is discussed here because in the next paragraph it is said that corresponds to the fifth here. So if somebody can, I'll read the next paragraph and then we'll see how it correlates. Because the happiness derived with Krishna consciousness, so if you turn the pages, on the page 14, for you it will be, is there, right? The rareness of pure devotional service. That is Sudurlabha, or that is one of the qualities, which is the number 4. If you go back and see on page 3, in the list, pure devotional service is rarely achieved. And then the fifth, happiness of pure devotional service, it puts one in transcendental pleasure. This is the third quality here. Right? And then the last one is attracting Krishna. It is there on this page, which is corresponding to the sixth. So what we are going to read now is that it derides the concept of liberation. So I'll quickly read that particular paragraph and then somebody else can read the rareness. In the Narada Pancharatra, it is also said that a person who has developed even a small amount of devotional service doesn't care a fig for any kind of happiness derived from religiousness, economic development, sense gratification, or the 5 kinds of liberation. Any happiness derived from religiousness, economic development, liberation, or sense gratification cannot even dare to enter the heart of a pure devotee. It is said that as personal attendants and maidservants of a queen follow the queen with all respects and obeisances, similarly, the joys of religiousness, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation follow the devotional service of the Lord. In other words, a pure devotee doesn't lack any kind of happiness derived from any source. He doesn't want anything but service to Krishna. But even if he should have another desire, the Lord fulfills this without the devotee's asking. So we heard this story of Vaisesika Prabhu talking on Wednesday about how we had Kardama. He was a yogi. He performed devotional service for a very, very, very long time. And Lord Vishnu appeared before him. Oh, I'm here. What do you want? I want a wife. Well, he said, you're the absolute truth. I shouldn't ask you this, but this is what I am in. I want a wife. And Lord Vishnu says, I know. And within the next 2 days, she'll be here. So I have already made arrangement. The point is that, when one performs pure devotional service, one gets both material and spiritual happiness, as I discussed earlier. It is just the devotee progressively rejects the material aspect. He says to the Lord that I do not want anything material, but I just want everything spiritual. And that's a progressive stage. It's not like one artificially suppresses it. Oh, I just artificially suppress. No, you don't artificially suppress in front of Krishna. He knows you. He has seen you. He knows your innermost thoughts. He knows your innermost desires. There is no way you can hide from him. So it's better be honest to Krishna. This is what I am in. Please, Either if one is very advanced, he says to the Lord, I don't want anything else. I am satisfied in your service. I don't want anything else. But please understand that even devotees also have mystic powers, but they don't use it. The beauty of devotees is they accept it as a will of the Lord. I'll give you the example. Maharaj Parikshit, he was cursed by who? By Shringi. What was this curse? Die in 7 days. Was Maharaj Parikshit a devotee of the Lord or not? Was he a topmost devotee of the Lord or not? He is topmost. He is called Bhagavatottama. Amongst the Bhagavats, he is Uttama. And Bhagavatam says he could have easily counter-cursed the boy. You ask me to die in 7 days, you die in 2 days. Or something like that. Or may you be stunted all through your life, just live like that. Or may you be affected by polio. He could have chosen from any number of curses he could have chosen. And then these curses would have been much more powerful actually. Because he was because this boy Shringi was blindly proud of his own caste, which was Brahman caste. He thought, I am Brahmana, this king is a Kshatriya, he is much below us, and now look there how he is insulting my father, I'm going to curse him. But he didn't know little did he know the fact that Maharaj Parikshit was such an exalted devotee of the Lord, that simply by counter cursing, things would have just he would have said. But Maharaj Parikshit said, you know what, this is the will of the Lord. If Krishna wants, that's what will happen. He didn't counter curse. So the point is that devotees also have all the perfections. Devotees are not like walkovers or pushovers. Anytime, every which way you be a doormat. No, that's not a devotee. Please, never for a second think it is like that. But the devotee who is in pure devotional service, he derides the concept of liberation. He says liberation is not that important. There are many, many places in Bhagavatam where Maharaj Parikshit says, we are in the Bhakti Vaibhava, it is one of the verses we have to memorize, that it is the 19th chapter of the first canto. Maharaj Parikshit says, O my Lord, wherever and whichever part of creation I have to take birth again, let there be always this attraction to hearing of Krishna, and may I have friendly relationship with the Brahmana caste, who are your dear devotees. He says, that's all I ask. Maharaj Parikshit, he could have asked for anything. He was an exalted devotee. He said, that's all I ask. And why Maharaj Parikshit? Nanda Maharaj, he talks in the 10th canto, 47th chapter. He says, whichever universe I am going to take birth again, may I always, talk about Krishna. That's all. They were always talking about Krishna in Nandagram, in Vrindavan. There was no other work for them. Even if they were churning, cooking, everything, they were still talking of Krishna, 24/7. There are many, many instances where devotees do not care so much. But please, this is another point. If one is not on bhava, one artificially shouldn't ask. Oh, Krishna, you know what? Even though one is on a sadhana, beginning stage, you know what, Krishna? They are saying that I shouldn't ask. I don't want any liberation. But I have no conviction in that fact. Neither I have come to that stage. Krishna will say, Astu, stay here. Because please understand that if you are in that stage where you say, Krishna, I want liberation, this is my position. At least one being honest and asking Krishna what he wants, Krishna can fulfill. Maybe later stage as we advance, then you may not ask Krishna for liberation. But if you are at that stage, just be honest with Krishna what you want. This is our aspiration. This is what we should be. But artificially, we should not. Make sense? Because one of the things which we learn in the Nectar of Devotion, in one of the items of devotional service, one should reveal one's mind to the Lord. That is one of the injunctions of the Shastras. So if your mind is something, you reveal to the Lord something else, thinking that, people, Lord might not know so much. He's in a yoga nidra, maybe he's sleepy, whatever. He can know everything. He knows everything. He has seen you since time immemorial. He has never left you. He's been always in your heart, watching you, waiting for you, never giving up on you. You were in the body of a pig, an ant, whatever, a stool worm, whatever. He's still there with you. Yes, sir.
How do we understand when, the Parikshit Maharaj was cursed by Brahmanas, the Rishi's son? I assume Rishi is exalted and his son getting angry and cursing somebody. It's a pre-arrangement, or there's this baseline assumptions from Rishis who are, already moved way further ahead from, like a typical materialistic people where we are living in this world. How do we, comprehend that thing? It's basically a God's arrangement. It has to happen that way, or, somebody get cursed and then they are so powerful. The Parikshit Maharaj was saved by a Lord even when he was not even born in the womb. And that son, the Rishi's son, was so powerful he could curse him. it's just bewildered sometimes.
Wonderful question. Actually, I'll give the nutshell answer because just in the interest of time, otherwise we could have a whole class on that. But as you said, actually Maharaj Parikshit was not saved by Krishna in the womb of Uttara. He was actually recreated. The Brahmastra had killed Maharaj Parikshit. And Krishna, from that soul, he created another Maharaj Parikshit. And he said, you know what, I'm going to give you another body right here. Then I'm going to recreate. So he was saved and not saved. Means he was completely recreated. The second part is that Krishna allowed it. Krishna, without the will of Krishna, this wouldn't have happened. Krishna wanted Shukdev Goswami to speak Srimad Bhagavatam, Maharaj Parikshit to hear Bhagavatam, and therefore he enacted this drama of cursing. Please understand that Maharaj Parikshit... Okay, let's give a brief history of story, then I'll come back. Maharaj Parikshit was in the forest. He was hunting, he was thirsty, he was hungry. He approached the sage of Shamika Rishi, who was in deep meditation. So deep that he did not even realize that great king had come to his hermitage to ask for some water. So his eyes were completely closed. He did not look at Maharaj Parikshit. Maharaj Parikshit, already he was hungry and thirsty. And when he saw such a cold reception from the sage who didn't even bother to get up and greet him, he picked up a dead snake and he put it around the neck of the sage and he left. The same Maharaj Parikshit, for 7 days and 7 nights, he didn't even drink water. He didn't even eat. He didn't even sleep. Why all of a sudden he had this hunger and thirst attack him to such a point that he put a dead snake around the head? Because it was Krishna's arrangement, Krishna's plan, so that Bhagavatam could be spoken. So I know you have to leave. So the thing is, after this we'll discuss 2 things. One is the rarity of pure devotional service. I think how devotional service attracts Krishna. The rarity of pure devotional service is, I'll give it in a nutshell, because that way we can, if Vaisesika Prabhu walks in through the door, then we can kind of stop there. The rarity of pure devotional service is rare because for 2 reasons. One thing is, no matter how much of yajna, tapa, dana, good karma you do, you won't get bhakti. The other rarity of pure devotional service is, even if you do bhakti with attachment, Krishna will not give you bhakti that easily. He can give you everything else, but he won't give you bhakti, because if Krishna gives you bhakti, then he will be under your control. Imagine the absolute truth, who controls the whole world, saying, I'll be under the control of devotee. That's one thing. And then, but only way to attract Krishna is through prema. Because the Yudhishthir and the Pandavas, Rupa Goswami quotes that, he quotes how Narada says to Yudhishthira, you are so dear to Lord Hari that he comes and sometimes he stays in your house for months. He acts as your peace messenger. He drives chariots for you. How have you attracted him that he's doing all these things for you? So that's how the pure devotional service or prema attracts Krishna. The end. You can go now. But we'll discuss further. We'll just continue reading till Vaisesika Prabhu comes. Or the other thing, you want to read on your own, you can take a 10-minute break. I know it's 2 hours is a long time. I think I would go for the latter. We can just take a break. We'll take about for 10 minutes so that everybody can, whatever you need to do, you can do. And then Vaisesika Prabhu will come and give the class. But before that, we can take questions. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to abruptly end this class. But yes.
Prabhuji, my question was, this is related to the course this semester. Earlier you gave us notes for NOI and even Bhagavad Gita. Do we have anything for this, your notes?
Good question. I can make up some notes, but the reason...
don't have anything handy?
The Waves of Devotion was kind of notes for this.
Got it.
But it's a good idea probably to make up notes. I'll think about it.
Okay.
If I have some time, I can just do some summary notes.
Okay. And one more thing...
Can bullet points work too? Can I give just bullet points across?
Yeah.
Okay.
And one more thing, I forgot, which verses, because the Prabhuji who sent that email, he sent all the verses. So which were for learning the 10?
Yes, thank you so much for bringing that up. Because Radha Prabhu, though he did that, he added few extra verses. We need to remove those. So...
you can write down the verses numbers right now.
Yeah, it is, okay. So if you can look up the shloka book, it's on page starting with 400. So 112, you can start writing down 112, 1111, 124, 12101. Oh, which one, Mataji? Yeah. So that will. Thank you for bringing that up. Excellent. These are the then 1 to 187. These are mandatory. 1 to 234. 1 to 255 and 256. Then 1:4:15 and 1:4:16. So that's 10, right? 10. Then the optional is 1:3:35, 3:2:35. Yeah. So you can memorize either. If I have a question in exam, I'll say, write from memory either this verse or that verse. Based on what you choose, you can choose one verse. 1 to 39 is... Yeah, let's drop that. Because I think this... Because in the Dainya, Attracting Lord Mercy, Vaisesika talked about this verse, if you remember. Okay, couple of acknowledgements. One thing is thanks to Radha Prabhu for doing this shlokas. Can you please take that and just revise it, remove this, and send it back to the group. And the second thing, thanks to Rajesh Prabhu, we have the Nectar of Devotion, which are on their way. Okay. Yeah.
Last time he told me they did not respond.
Today, just 1 hour, 2 hours before I saw that email. So it's fresh. It's understandable why you didn't know that. So it's going to come. And other questions, other comments? Any other questions related to exam? Yes, Gunjan. Yes. Go ahead. Can he ask first? Okay, thank you.
So Prabhu, this is more related to the fact that you said that once you pursue pure devotional service, Krishna gives you material benefits as well as spiritual. So are those material benefits in conjunction to the spiritual so that you advance spiritually, or are they more like tests of Maya so that you...
Depends on what you want. In the initial stages, he'll give both, but if you are attracted to material, you'll just, as Natalie said, you'll be stuck at one stage. But if that's why pure devotees, when you see their prayers, everybody says, I don't want anything material. Lord says, ask something. I don't want anything material. Oh, best of, he says, what is that verse which we read? Varadam stam varadarshava kamanam hridya samaroham bhavatastu vrinevaram. What is that verse which we read? Lord Nrsingadev. Varadam stam varadarshava. Anyway, the verse is, oh, best of givers of boons, if you at all want to give me a boon, may you destroy all the material desires from within the core of my heart. So their whole idea is that even though the Lord is willing to give me opulences, I don't want opulences. Dhruva, he worshipped the Lord for one item and one item only. I want a kingdom greater than that of my grandfather. That's it. Period. Narada approached him, boy, why? You're a boy, 5 years old. Why are you taking your mother's word so seriously? Go and play. And Dhruva says, Sir, this is my desire. I can't take your words very seriously. If you can help me, help me. Otherwise, no hard feelings. He was so hard, so determined. And Dhruva, when he pleased the Lord, when he got the kingdom greater than that of his grandfather, and when the Lord gave him that benediction, Dhruva was like, why did I ask him? Why did I ask the Lord for this something material? This is the personality who can cut my birth and death in a fraction of a second, and I asked him to keep here put me in the same position. It's like President of USA coming, saying, can I commute your sentence? No, please give me some better facilities in the prison. So the point is, even if pure devotees get something from the Lord, They are like so averse to the fact that why did I ask? So Krishna, even if he gives material desires, he gives in such a way that you don't have to ask again. Because Krishna is capable of giving the material desires, but he is more averse to keeping devotees more in this material world, which he himself condemns as not a best place to live. He's more eager that you come back with me. But you want stuff, I can take care of you. I'm clever enough to take care of stuff. You have material, spiritual, all the desires. And Krishna says, I'm clever enough to take care of stuff like that. Yes.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Other questions, comments? Yes, you had a question.
It's the same question actually.
Okay, wonderful. Nice, thank you.
Prabhuji, online, can we send an audio recording sometime?
Audio recording, Prabhuji? I'm sorry, I didn't. Radha Prabhu, is that Radha Prabhu?
Yes, it is.
Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah, for the 12 verses we are memorizing, it will be good if you can send us a audio version of it also.
Okay, I can do that. Thank you so much. That's a nice idea. You want to do it, or should I read the verses in audio format? Yeah, okay. I'll read the verses in an audio format, and then should I do the translations also? Read the verse in translation and then send it, or just the verses? Oh, okay. I'll do that. Thank you, Radha Prabhu.
Thank you.
So if there are no other questions, I think we can just take a 2-minute break, and then Vaisesika Prabhu will start his class.
Mantra Mere Prishtidishi Chandrapurna Devatashin Pavanashi Vidyaha Umahara Shaktainam Tainam Kunamainama Fitri Chada Chalata Divitam Shihadrichatam Chatan Hamisham Sapitam Chasvaram Guru.
How's the temperature in here? It's a little warm. We can fix that. And how is everyone? Good? Happy to see you all. I think we have some kartalists. Some kartalists? Yes? Okay. Can you sit up front? At least while you're playing kartals? Otherwise it takes the sound a little while to get here. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Jai Jai Prabhupada Prabhupada Jai Jai Prabhupada Let's hear it for the kartal players, for the Hare Krishna singers. Go Premanande! Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Dina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Nena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Uta Parakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavam Scha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sadvadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindo Dinabando Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasa Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Go Premanande. Welcome everyone, and welcome to everyone who's joined us online today. If you're watching from the internet or from the heavenly planets, you can dial in and participate in the class. The number you'll find on your screen on ISKCON of SiliconValley.com. And also you can text in at 650-245-7018. That's 650-245-7018. Our operators are standing by right now to take your calls and your texts. And today we're talking about fundamentals, because you always win with the fundamentals. In whatever discipline one is engaged in, if one goes back to the basics and does them well, then one has a foundation from which to grow. And in Krishna consciousness, the fundamentals are eternal. It's not that we finish them and then we forget them. But the sadhana and the sadhya are identical. That is, the practice and the goal are the same. So we're lucky in that respect. And we have a simple process in one way, the chanting of Hare Krishna, and some other basic features like hearing and chanting. Even when Lord Chaitanya says a devotee attains perfection by going back to the spiritual world by growing one's devotional creeper from the heart all the way through the coverings of this universe into the spiritual world, and entwining oneself around Krishna's lotus feet, which is the metaphor that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives to Sanatana Goswami. As we water the creeper of devotional service, it grows, and so powerfully does it grow that it can penetrate the coverings of the universe and go all the way back to the spiritual world, even as we're living and breathing in this world. But even at that time, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says one must continue to hear and chant and to water the creeper of devotional service with the Shravanadi Jal, means the water of hearing, chanting, and other kinds of spiritual activities. And we welcome His Grace Brigupati Prabhu. We must have done something right to get Brigupati Prabhu in the building. So, number one of the 6 bedrock principles that will improve your spiritual life is that you must hone your purpose. Someone look up the word hone. Who's got the dictionary? Good. Okay. Hone your purpose, that means that you have to carefully examine your purpose, the purpose of your practice, before you begin each day. This is also called sankalpa. Before you begin a practice, if you fix your mind on your purpose for doing it, then you have a clear intention. And your intention will determine your attention. Both words have the particle ten, which means to connect. When we say tendon, it means a connecting tissue that connects the muscle to the bone, if I'm not incorrect about that physiological point. It holds something together, attention, intention. Your intention will determine your intention determines your, and where attention goes, where attention goes, energy flows. We're little units of attention, so to speak. That's basically all we have is our attention. Where we fix our attention will determine where all our energy goes and where we end up going. Yanti deva vrta devan, pitrin yanti pratir vrta, bhutani yanti bhuteja, yanti mam, yajino pimam. Who knows what that means besides Srivasa Pandit? Trishab.
It means that the people who think about their forefathers go to the planets where their forefathers have gone. The people who think about demigods, they go to the planets for demigods. And the person who thinks of me comes to where I am living.
Now let me ask you this. Do you suppose the people who go to those various destinations had an intention to go there?
Actually, they were just thinking about the person, and just because their attention was in that direction, they were automatically.
Do you think before they placed their attention in that direction, they had an intention to do so?
Yes.
I rest my case. Thank you, Trisha. We end up going where we place our attention, Krishna says, and you can go where you like. If you think of me, you'll come to me. If you worship me, you'll come to me. Worship is where we place our attention. In fact, in the second chapter of the first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Sutta Goswami says that one should place one's full attention. Shraddha, what's the verse? With one pointed attention. Could you give her the microphone? She's memorized the 34 verses, so she knows any one of them at any time. If you wake her up at 1 o'clock in the morning, say, "What's that verse?" She'll say,
Tasmadekena manasa bhagavan satvatam patihi shotavya kirtitavyascha dheya pujyasya nityada.
And the meaning?
Generally
the meaning.
So with one pointed attention, they
Aha, there's the word, attention. Okay, go ahead.
So they put the one pointing attention on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and they always engage in His love and devotional services by way of doing Shravanam, Kirtanam, and talking about Him.
Tasmad, therefore, ekena manasa, with one pointed attention. Ekena means with one, ekena manasa means with one mind. How many minds can you have? One. I mean, how many could you have? Have you ever heard anybody say, I'm of two minds about that? And in Japan, they say that people have naturally 7 minds. Yeah, it's part of the culture, the upbringing. People have 7 minds. So if you're discussing something, so yes, sure. And then you find out there was a lot of other ideas too. So, Tasmad ekena manasa bhagavan sattvatambati shrotavya kirtitavyascha dhyaya pujascha nityada. This is a recommendation in the Bhagavatam that one should have one pointed attention, one mind towards one's practice. What is another verse in the Bhagavad Gita? Yes.
Vyapshayatmika buddhir ekehi kurunandana bahu shakahi anantascha buddhaya avavashayinam.
Tell us a little bit about that verse.
Like those people who are resolute in Krishna consciousness, they have only one aim. But those who are not, they have different ambition or different
all kinds of different
attention,
purposes.
Different purposes.
Different purposes, but somebody who has vyavasayatmika buddhir, they're fixed in one purpose. Their buddhi, their intelligence is going one direction. They have one idea what they're going to do. There are many verses in the Shastra which recommend this. I think we've got another one coming. Sundarananda Prabhu is on the trail. I see with a smile on his face, and he's got the Bhagavad Gita in his hand. That's a good sign. What do you have for us? Enter into the record.
It's the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Prabhu, 19th verse, where Krishna says, Eta dipo nivata sto ningate somapa smrita yogino yata chittasya yunjate yogam atmanaha As the lamp in the windless place does not waver, so the transcendentalist whose mind is controlled always remains steady in his meditation on the transcendental self.
Sounds nice, doesn't it? Like a lamp in a windless place, the mind. Otherwise, the mind can feel like it's being pulled in many different directions, and what happens when that happens? It pulls us along with it, right? So, fixing one's purpose. Once the purpose is strong and the intention for one's practice. For instance, if I sit down to chant Hare Krishna and I make a clear declaration of my intention, what kind of declaration of intention might I make when I sit down to chant Hare Krishna? Or stand up, for that matter. What might you say to fix your intention? And remember, this word ten, it means it's connecting you to the activity at hand, and then after the intention comes your attention. Srivasa Pandit Prabhu is going to give us something one could say. Go ahead, please.
May I chant attentively?
May I chant attentively. Do you all like that one? Yeah. How about, is that fixing your intention? May I chant with attention? Yes or yes? Okay. Who else? What might you say to fix your intention before you practice hearing and chanting?
I will ask humbly that please allow me or provide me something which allow me to chant like this, which I am trying to do right now. So please allow me circumstances which force me or pull me towards you, and so that I can chant more attentively and pray for that.
Okay, please force me to think in one way. Brigupati Prabhu.
Chant Hare Krishna, no interruption.
Chant Hare Krishna, no interruption. That's your intention. Okay, who has some more? Here comes the other microphone.
Lord, please help me chant and stay with me while I chant.
Please help me chant and stay with me while I chant. Very nice. And then one just got texted in.
This is Rashika Shiromani Mataji, and she says, I pray that I can chant attentively.
I pray that I can chant attentively. So, yes, and Sundarananda?
Srimati Radharani Krishna, please engage me in your devotional service.
Please engage me in your devotional service. Okay. So, I guarantee you this. Whatever kind of statement you make, however you try to fix your intention, it's better than not fixing your intention. Even if it's a few words or a brief thought that I'm going to do my practice in a certain way, gives you a distinct advantage. You center yourself and you begin with your purpose. And the word purpose comes from Latin, propositas, which means to put or set forth. Your purpose, the root of the word means to put or set forth. And from Old French, poser, to place. Your purpose moves you and gives you a sense of direction. When your purpose is clear and strong, you will naturally overcome obstacles along the path. How about that? When your purpose is clear and strong, you will naturally overcome obstacles along the path. When your purpose is clear and strong, you will naturally overcome obstacles on the path. Can you say anything about that? Hansapriya.
Lately, I'm just, before I chant my rounds, before I take my bead bag, I try to tell myself that I'm going to hold something in my hands that is very special. It's something very, very dear to me. So then I can just get into that mood before I hold my beads. So
you remember that your beads are sacred, and you remember where they came from. And
came from, and the holy name that I'm going to be chanting is very special. Something is a very special thing that I'm about to do. So then my mind kind of helps me to stay with the mantra, and just helps me to focus there a little more than just wandering off right away as soon as you touch the beat.
So you're setting your purpose by remembering that what you're doing is very special. It's not just an ordinary, it's not just another thing in your day. Nice. Brigupati Prabhu.
Yeah, it sounds like from that definition you read, purpose sounds like it's something, a function, to determine a purpose is a function of the intelligence. And a lot of the obstacles that arise are coming about from the mind, the platform of the mind. So when the intelligence is activated, the intelligence is superior to the mind. It's like when you identify a purpose, it's like putting your intelligence in the driver's seat of your life. And then the mind has to just follow. Prabhupada says in, I think it's 6.4 or 5, something like that, maybe 6.6, the mind has to admit some superior dictation and follow it. So it's like you said, better to have some, purpose than no purpose. Because if no purpose means it's like you're giving the power of attorney to the mind. But once you determine a purpose, like I'm going to continue, say it's Sankirtan, I'm going to continue, that's your mantra that you're meditating on, then the mind just has to follow that, because the mind has to accept some superior dictation and follow it. So, yeah.
Very well put. Very helpful also to see the mechanics. We might look at the end of the 3rd chapter of the Gita where Krishna says, Indriyani priyanyahur indriyebhya paramanaha manasastu parabudhir yobudhe paratastu saha. Lowest of all are the senses. Above the senses is the mind. Above the mind is the intelligence. Above the intelligence is the soul. Interesting that the senses have sort of a mind of their own. They have a way in which they have their own kind of determination to go in a certain direction according to how they've been regulated or unregulated in the past. And near the end of at the very end of the 3rd chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Evam buddhi param buddva samstabhyatmanamatmana jahi shatrum mahabaho kamarupa rasadam. That one must overcome the lower self by the higher self. The intelligence must overcome the mind, which is in a lower position, and certainly the senses as well. So unless one has a purpose and has established that through one's intelligence to say, it's good for me to do this, and even if the mind goes in a different direction, I'm still going to go with the holy name, and I'm going to still follow the practice, and I'm going to bring the mind back. I've decided ahead of time. So this is the meaning of setting a purpose. And when one's purpose is strong, then one can overcome obstacles naturally. When one's purpose is weak, one's easily distracted and discouraged. Yes, Trishab.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. I find for the thing you said about where attention goes, energy flows, I find this from the 11th canto very inspiring, in which it is said that
which part of the 11th canto?
9th chapter, where
11:9 what?
22.
11:9:22.
Where it is said that if out of love, hate or fear, an embodied soul fixes his mind with intelligence and complete concentration upon a particular bodily form, he will certainly attain that form, the form that he is meditating upon. So in the next verse, 11:9:23, the example is given that. So this is very interesting to see how this example is even applicable for animals. Like the example is given that there is a wasp, and a smaller insect enters the hive of the wasp, and because this weaker insect had a lot of fear of the wasp, he gradually achieved the same state of existence as the wasp, just out of fear of the wasp. So even the animals are getting that energy.
Nice point. This is given in the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, how there's a tiny kind of insect that's captured by these wasps, and they're placed in the little hole in the tree, and then the wasp keeps it captive in there until he eats him. And the whole time the little bug is sitting in the tree out of fear of its life, meditating on the wasp, and in his next life he becomes a wasp. Of course, similarly, in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Yang yang vapi smaran bhavam tajatyante kalevaram tam tam evaitikontaya sadatad bhava bhavitaha. That whatever one remembers at the time of death, one will attain without fail. Whatever state of being one remembers. And then, of course, we hear in the Nectar of Devotion and the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, there are definitions of both remembrance and meditation. They come side by side. They're slightly different, remembrance and meditation. And in speaking about meditation, Rupa Goswami describes how one can think of the form of the Lord or the pastimes of the Lord, the name of the Lord. And he also quotes a verse, actually Jiva Goswami quotes a verse in commenting on this definition by Rupa Goswami from the Bhagavad Gita. And it's 8:10. And this verse says, Prayana kale manasachalena bhaktya yukto yoga balena chaiva bruvor madhye pranamavesha samyak satam param purushamupaiti divyam. That prayana kale, which means at the time of death, manasa achalena, the flickering mind must be brought under control. Bhaktya yukto yoga balena chaiva. And one does this by the power of devotional service. Bhaktya yukto. One's connected to the Lord through bhakti. That's the strongest bond, is love or bhakti. So bhakti yukto, it means one's mind is connected to Krishna out of devotion. Bhakti yukto yoga balena chaiva. And therefore one has strength. At the time one's leaving one's body, one has strength. Yoga balena. Strength which came from and comes from yoga. Bruvor madhye pranam avesha samyak satam param purusham apaiti divyam. He says that the yogi is able to fix his energies right between the two eyebrows and completely remember the Lord even at the time of death. Prayana kale. Just when the body's burning up, it's in the final throes of death. By the strength of yoga, purpose, one has had a strong purpose throughout one's life, then one can easily fix one's mind on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yes? You got to use the mic.
In the Nectar of Devotion, there's Sukadeva Goswami says that one should fix his mind about Krishna, not like the other demigods. So, what was his name? Okay, it was somebody was gonna die in a week, and he called all the.
Go ahead.
He called all the sages, and then they didn't give any good advice. But then Sukadeva Goswami said you should focus your attention on Krishna when you were at last time of death, and not on the demigods or anyone else, just Krishna, and that's what he did, and then he got.
Very good. Give her a hand. Sadhu. Very nice. So in that assembly with Shukadeva Goswami, Maharaj Parikshit was the name of the king you were looking for. He had fixed his purpose. He sat down. It may take a little adjustment. He was ruling a kingdom. There's a lot to do. A lot of text messages coming in. And he had to set it all aside. His mind got very fixed because he was cursed to die in a week. There's a way in which when we know we're leaving, in fact, I'm leaving tomorrow. And whenever I'm leaving, especially in a longer trip, shorter trip, you think, no big deal. But a longer trip, you start, at least I can speak for myself, I start looking around and seeing all the unfinished projects. That's one thing. And I try to compress a year's worth of time into about 24 hours, which doesn't always work out so well. But the mind becomes very fixed. I saw a bumper sticker once that said, if it wasn't for the last minute, I wouldn't get anything done. But if one remembers that this life is a series of last minutes, or one is able to fix one's purpose during certain intervals of time and say that I'll be very fixed on my purpose right now. Otherwise, there are lots of other ways that the mind can fly away. And I really like Brigupati helped to show us the anatomy of the whole process, that the intelligence has to become activated. We have to activate the intelligence and set our purpose and say, this is what I'm doing right now. This is what I'm doing. At least we might say, this is what I'm doing for the next hour or the next half an hour, 5 minutes, whatever we can muster, because we have to make it stand somewhere. Otherwise, the way of the world is that I'm drawn from one situation to the next by the flickering mind. And I'm taken from one lifetime to the next lifetime because of the flickering mind. And for no other reason. Krishna says to Uddhava in the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam that the mind has fearsome godlike powers over the soul. And for no other reason, the living entities transmigrating from one lifetime to the next, one body to the next, because of the influence of the mind. And the purpose of yoga is to overcome this capriciousness of the mind. And this can be done by setting one's purpose. So this is the first in the 6 principles, bedrock principles that will improve your spiritual life, which is hone your purpose. And the definition of hone, according to our panel of experts in the front row. Now the Brihat Mridanga doesn't kick in until the microphone's.
Yeah. So there are 2 meanings for hone, and I'll read both, but I think it's the second one. The first one says a fine-grained whetstone for giving a keen edge to a cutting stool.
It's a stone, right, for sharpening a knife?
A fine-grained whetstone to give a keen edge to a cutting tool. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a sharpening stone?
Yeah.
My father used to use one. It was like back and forth on the stone, and then it becomes sharper. So this is how is it used? Like
a tool with a rotating abrasive tip for enlarging holes to precise dimensions. So this is the first word, hone, and then second meaning is to whine or moan, to hanker, yearn.
To what?
Whine or moan.
Whine or moan?
Yeah, and to hanker, yearn. So.
What else? What else?
So one was to make more acute, intense, or effective.
To make more acute,
intense
or effective. That's what I was looking for. But I do like the metaphor of the stone sharpening. We have to just imagine your intelligence. You have to take it out, sharpen it up a little bit, because it can become muddled when it's not focused in a certain direction. And then we become more intense and effective when we start. So you have to have a strong purpose. You'll notice people that have a strong purpose about something. You'll notice the difference. If someone has a strong purpose, then they don't give up. And you'll see they have a certain kind of determination that even if they make mistakes, it doesn't dissuade them from continuing, because they know where they're going and they actually learn from the mistake. So if you have a strong purpose and you continue to hone that purpose, sharpen it, and make it more intense, more accurate. When people start a business, what do? What's one of the first things that you can do when you start a business? Anybody starting a business in here? Yes. Hand him the microphone, Hill.
You have the microphone.
Yes? Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
The first thing about starting a business?
What would you do if you were about to start a business? Would you just go out and start doing it, or?
I would narrow in on the most effective thing that I can do with a minimal amount of energy.
The most effective thing you can do with a minimal amount of energy. Okay. Thank you very much.
I will write down the business plan first.
A business plan, what would you put at the top of the business plan, Mayapur Bihari?
Verify or check out those who are very successful in that, how they have been doing it.
Govindacharan, what would you put at the top of the business plan?
Oh, I think somebody said here goals.
Goals? What else would you put?
Like I put on top of every one of my tests and quizzes, Hare Krishna.
That's good. Oh, I like that. Okay, Brigupati's.
Your mission statement?
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Mission statement. This is commonly, I mean, you don't have to, but it's a clear idea. In a very nice book by Guy Kawasaki, who was one of the founders of Apple Computer. He wrote a book called The Art of the Start. And in that he talks about how you have to have a strong purpose to start. And you should define that purpose in a mission statement. And he doesn't like these long, convoluted mission statements. He says, condense it into a mantra. So he says, make mantra, make meaning, get going. Those are the 3 steps. And he was very successful in the corporate world, wildly successful. So make mantra means that here's my purpose, here's why I'm doing this. This is why my company exists. Why do you exist? You ask somebody, what's your purpose? Define yourself. Who are you? Generally, people don't know. They're walking around. If you stop and say, what's your purpose in life? Say, I have no idea. I'm going to the ball game right now. Don't bug me. And organizations often don't know where they're going either. If you ask people walking outside a particular organization, what's the purpose of this organization? You'll get a lot of different answers. Rick Warren, who started the Saddleback Church, very effective and popular church in Orange County, writes in his book, The Purpose-Driven Church, about how one must re-announce one's mission statement to the congregation at least every 30 days. That's a biblical suggestion, actually. Because unless people know where they're going and they understand what the mission is, then they start adopting all kinds of other missions and going different directions. Whereas Guy Kawasaki says in his book, frame or be framed. In other words, frame what you're doing and who you are, or someone else will frame you and say, this is who you are. And say, okay, thanks, that's who I am, I guess. But you have to decide, who are you, where are you going? And if you decide, I'm going back to Godhead, and I'm going to be a devotee, and reading the Srimad Bhagavatam is more important than anything else, who can stop you? In fact, in the Nectar of Devotion, Rupa Goswami quotes a famous verse in one of my favorites of all time, which says that if a man wants to take bath during the month of Magh at the confluence of the Ganges and Jamuna, and the reason this, I'll set it up for you, it's freezing cold at that time of year. It's a cold proposition to walk down there in the month of Magh. It's foggy, it's cold. But if you decided, I'm taking my bath in the Ganga in the month of Magh in the early morning, who can stop you? If that's your purpose and you decide, this is meritorious and I'm doing it. I don't care what anybody else says, I'm doing it. Who can stop you? This means you've honed your purpose, you have a strong purpose. Brigupati Prabhu, you had your hand up.
Yeah. On that point of frame or be framed,
yeah.
There's a very nice verse in the 3rd chapter of Bhagavad Gita. It goes, Nahi kaschit shanamapi jatu tishtatiya karmakrit karyatehi avashat karma sarva prakritajaganah. That all men are forced to act helplessly according to the impulses born of the 3 modes of material nature. No one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment. So in other words, it's just another way of saying what this man was saying, what you were saying, that you might as well have your own mission statement, because if you don't, Maya's just going to give you a mission statement.
She'll hand you a mission statement. Here's your new new mission statement. Get working.
You're too lazy.
Right? And it's like, I don't like my life. Well, go ahead and change it then. So this is the exciting news we get in spiritual life, that you don't have to stay the same. You can improve. In fact, the Vedanta Sutra says that we are agents for change. Otherwise, why did Why are all the Shastras available? Who are they speaking to, if not to us? That means we can change. Otherwise, it's illogical to have Shastra. And if they're giving very high vision, it means we can also attain that, right? Okay, so we have to sharpen our intelligence and our purpose. Much of that comes also from hearing and chanting and association. So the second bedrock principle is to commit. Make up your mind, after intelligent reasoning, that you will perform your practice without fail and will do whatever it takes to complete it. So the two key phrases in this sentence are, make up your mind. Without fail, you'll do whatever it takes. Without fail, you'll do whatever it takes. If you decide you're going to do whatever it takes without fail, who can stop you? No answer. Anyone can stop you? No. As soon as you make this firm commitment, Krishna and all his personified potencies will come to assist you in ways you never imagined. But first you must commit. The word commit derives from Latin committere, to join. So first you have to decide that I'm doing this no matter what. There's a clear decision one makes in one's mind. I surrender. I'm going to do this no matter what. Then the help comes. And therefore, if I'm struggling, the solution is to examine my own sense of purpose and my own commitment. How committed am I to do this no matter what? Comments about commitment. Hansapriya.
I personally experienced that in order for me to stay committed to anything, constantly requires me to remind myself that I got to stay involved.
Stay involved?
Involved. If I'm not involved, it gets a little difficult for me to stay committed. Same thing with my chanting, or if I'm attending devotees association, I get committed to remembering or thinking of Krishna or devotees. But the minute I get busy with the other stuff, I get involved with other things, I think of those other things much more.
Very practical. So this is, you can add this to these notes. Stay involved. There's a saying in gardening that the best fertilizer is the gardener's shadow. And I've noticed that about gardening. If you just show up and you look around the garden really carefully, then naturally you'll say, oh, that little plant needs some water. Poor guy, something happened to him. And you have to stay connected to it. Very good. Gandharvika, and then Brigu.
Yes, Prabhu. Even though we are committed and we try to do for a few days, but the tendency is after a certain period of time, as you said, we may tend to slack. But so having someone, we should be blessed to have someone who's really interested in our welfare and then put ourselves in their shelter. And if we just let them know and then they ask and you give kind of reporting at office work, right? If we get the same thing in our spiritual life, I think that is the focus, like spiritual master
So
and
you have
the
someone to
connection to
answer
higher
to.
authority.
Okay,
Yes.
a higher authority
and association. That's,
that somebody's looking
higher
out,
association.
watching to see how you're doing
Yes,
and so forth.
yes.
Nice point. Brigu?
Yeah, there's that saying, man proposes, God disposes. So propose, purpose is kind of, there's some similarity there. It seems like, especially in the case of devotees, when devotees propose very sincerely and seriously, Krishna responds. Krishna is the super soul, and he's just waiting to see. He's sitting there. Okay, well, how serious are you? And when you actually show that I'm 100% serious, then Krishna, gets involved. Like Prabhupada's the perfect example. I mean, there's one letter Prabhupada wrote. I think it was Sudama. It's on the back of the book Nectar Book Distribution. Prabhupada goes, when I was alone in New York, I was thinking, who will listen to me in this horrible, sinful place? But he goes, but at least I can distribute a few of my books. That is something. He said, but Krishna was all along planning something I could not see. He brought you young American boys and girls to me one by one for doing the work of Lord Chaitanya. He says, now I can see it as a miracle. Otherwise, in your city of New York, one old man with barely enough money for getting edibles, how can he survive? What to speak of starting a movement to spread God consciousness all over the world. Now I can see it's a miracle. See, so Prabhupada was so sincere and determined and dedicated. His purpose was so strong that, at some point, Krishna saw that and he just decided, okay, let's help. Krishna gets involved.
And commitment, thank you, very nice points. Yeah. When we make a commitment, then lots of people notice, don't they? What kind of commitments can you think of that people take notice of in your life? Marriage. I'm always surprised how many people show up for a marriage. In fact, I've done some weddings where people who haven't talked to each other for generations, they'll all come to the wedding from different sides of the family. Why? It's serious because somebody's making a commitment. What other kind of commitments do people make that make people take notice?
Show up at Mangalartik.
Show up at Mangalartik. Yeah, well, if someone's very steady in their practice, then other people take notice. Yes. What else?
Initiation.
Initiation. You just took pre-Kishoris. That's okay. Great minds think alike. Initiation. We notice this when a group of devotees take initiation, there's always the second wave that comes and says, oh yeah, but I want to take initiation. They notice that the commitment is strong. And what does Krishna say? According to Kaviraj Goswami, Diksha Kali Bhakta Kari Atma Samarpan She Kali Krishna Tari Kari Atma Sam. He says, at the time of initiation, then when one surrenders oneself, Atma Samarpan, Atma Samarpana means you completely give up and say, Krishna, I'm in your hands now. I'm going to serve you. I forget everything else. Then She Kali, at that time, She Kali, Krishna Tari Kari Atma Sam. Krishna says, you're with me. You're the same as me. You're in my group now. You're in. Everyone takes notice because it's a serious thing. That's why there's all these mantras and fires and smoke coming out the window and everything. What's going on in there? A commitment. That changes the universe. When someone makes a commitment, say, I'll do or die, then the world changes. So you have to make a commitment. That's the second bedrock principle. Brigupati.
When somebody takes sannyas, when a man takes sannyas, just on the strength of that commitment, people start respecting him. I mean, everybody starts paying obeisances.
Absolutely. And Prabhupada said also, anyone who follows the four regulative principles, they'll be worshipped all over the world. All over the world. Someone simply very strictly follows the regulative principles. And they become respected everywhere they go in the whole universe, actually. It's a very rare thing to make that commitment. Gandharvika.
No, one point that came to my mind is how Dhruva Maharaj, he made a commitment and by his breath, the entire universe stopped working. And
his spiritual master even tested him and said, go home. It's not a big deal. You can work this out. And he said, okay, thanks. I'm going to the forest. Yes.
So, sometimes
give Jamuna the mic.
During Kartik, I find you can make more commitments during Kartik. Every evening we have certain commitments during that month. And it seems like just the very end of Kartik, when it's finished, it's like I would love to continue those commitments, but somehow it becomes so difficult. And so I find there's some commitments I make that seem like I really can carry them every single day of my life. And some, like chanting, or a lot of the do-nots are very easy for me, but the do's, very difficult. Like to really commit, I want to have, evening bhajans with the kids or some artik every evening. During Kartik, we can make it happen, but then it's hard to maintain like every day for the rest of my life. Like these kinds of commitments, how many of those can you really make?
Well, that's why there are special days. Ekadashi is called Harivasara. Harivasara means the day of Hari. And that's one of the reasons it's auspicious. It's set aside as a special day when you have an excuse. You can just say, look, I'm going in parikram, I'm going to hear and chant all day. And those who are in the devotional circle, they'll respect that. Ramanuj, Haribol. I think he had a comment, but he can't articulate it yet. Okay, I'm going to move on because there's 6 bedrock principles that will improve your spiritual life, and we've only done 2. The next one, are you ready? I love this one. This one's so pleasing because anyone can do it. Practice. Practice. Get regulated. Through regular practice, you will develop unconscious competence in any skill. Practice means to regularly perform an exercise or skill in order to improve or maintain your proficiency. So where do you start when you start a practice? Yes? Where do you start?
For practice?
Where would one start if one starts a new practice?
I don't really know the answer. I was raising my hand for something else, but
Okay, what was the other thing?
well, there's a definition.
You have to learn to hold that mic just a little closer because we want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, so there's a definition of practice in Nectar of Devotion.
Yes?
It's practice means employing our senses in some particular type of work. Yeah.
Very good. And I think we've found a very good student of the Nectar of Devotion over here. Employing one's senses in some kind of work. It's very practical. And if you're looking to, for instance, learn the violin, where would you start? With a concerto, you'd go right to Carnegie Hall. And you'd walk in and you just say, oh, I'm going to play now, right? Is that where you start, with the violin? Hansapriya. Say that again. It was very nice.
We start something small.
Small. You start small. How small can it be to start a practice?
Actually, first
It can't be that small, right, to start a practice? How small can you start?
Actually, just even watching somebody who plays the best violin and then approaching. So just little steps at a time.
Little steps. You can just start by watching. Brigupati?
Well, I would start off with something that's easily doable. That's an effort, but not a strain. It's a stretch, but not a strain.
Okay.
And then just gradually ratchet it up.
In anything. Say if you decide I'm going to get fit, right? What would you do? Take a walk around the block? Is that good enough to start with? Yeah, because it starts the program. You just take one walk around the block. And the momentum starts. Rasika Shiromani.
Like we heard the other day also, I think in the Japa workshop, like if we give like a big thing to the mind, it immediately refuses. So like slowly we can cheat it or whatever, train it by like doing little and finally doing the whole thing.
Yeah, I like that. On the Macintosh computer, they used to have this little function called a nudge. When you didn't want a tab, you didn't want a space, but you just needed a nudge. And I like this term nudge because it's a tiny little, just to get started, at least you need a nudge. So if you have this, okay, a little much. If you have hone your purpose and you commit, then you start practicing, you get regulated, and make incremental improvements. Tiny improvements give you momentum, a feeling of accomplishment and satisfaction, and add up over time to noticeable gains. So, if you start with tiny little incremental improvements, my Madunga teacher told me, when you come back for the next class, just be a little bit better than before. Be a little bit better than the last time. Did he tell you that too? Be a little bit better than the last time we met. That gives you some idea of how small you can start. Just be a little bit better than the last time. Make an incremental improvement, and then you start to develop momentum. And practice correctly. This is another point. Mere practice doesn't make perfect. Rather, correct practice makes perfect. So another lesson we learned from our revered Madunga teacher, Akinchana Krishna Prabhu, he said, if you play fast and incorrectly, you'll never be able to play fast and correctly. But if you play slow and correctly, sooner or later you'll be able to play fast and correct. So take time to look at what you're doing. For instance, there's all kinds of prayers that we sing. And after 30 years, do I know the prayers? Can I look at them and understand them and actually appreciate what I'm doing? Or am I just sliding through them? Did I take time to practice them correctly and look to see what they're actually about? Yesha Prashada Bhagavat Prashadam Room. I mean, that's not what it says. It says something else. Do I know that? How much have I gone into the science itself to actually practice it? It's relishable when you go into the slow down, look at it carefully, get one tiny little thing right, and then move on to the next tiny little thing. And those tiny little practices add up. And something about practice also is that it means that we can get good at anything that we practice. Prabhupada, in one lecture, he says, knowledge and practice, knowledge and practice, knowledge and practice. He says this over and over again. You get some knowledge, now apply it. Start where you can, from where you are right now, and begin to apply it in a way that you can accommodate it. And then if you do it regularly, then after a while you develop muscle memory. Your mind gets used to it. Your muscles get used to it. Your nervous system is able to enter into it. And you start to develop a taste for the process and for the practice. So practice is magic. It's magic because you can do anything. You can move from where you are now to a higher level in Krishna consciousness just by practice. Correct practice. So what is the third bedrock principle? Correct practice. Correct. Number 4 is be disciplined. Here's a word that's worth its weight in gold. Discipline. Don't look any further than this for happiness and success in life. Look at this word, discipline. And when your mind tells you, let me just do any old damn thing I want, say no. The nectar is in the discipline. Take the discipline, and if you start with tiny little disciplines, then you'll start to develop a taste for them, because you'll see there's nectar in discipline. When you discipline the mind, when you discipline the senses, which are just like unruly children, they want to run everywhere. Pushpadanta Prabhu used to tell me that he used to have to wake up before his kids, because if he didn't and then set the rules for the morning, he said they'd overrun the house. And then the rest of the day was finished. So yeah, he said he had to wake up early, have really powerful sadhana, and by the time his 2 boys woke up, he was like, all right, here's what we're doing, and here's how life works. Otherwise, and the senses are like that too. If you roll out of bed and then do whatever the senses say they want to do by 12 o'clock in the afternoon, then they've conquered. They've conquered over. But you have to discipline. So discipline, remember the golden rewards of discipline. The word discipline derives from the Latin discipulus, which means learner. I find that very interesting. The word discipline derives from a word which means learner. As human beings, you have the power to learn new skills and to take conscious control of your lifestyle. Take conscious control of your lifestyle. Devamrita Swami gave a lecture at Stanford in which he put forth the theory that everyone in this world is under a mass consensual trance. Think about those 3 words. Mass consensual trance. They've just given away their power to the senses and the mind and the circumstances, and they just let it flow. So yoga means to take conscious control over your lifestyle. Take conscious control of your lifestyle. This is discipline. You decide. And how do you decide? You fortify your intelligence by Shastra. You must follow the Shastra. Na Shastra virimutrija vartate kamakarata. Nasa siddhim avapnoti nasukam na puram gatim. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita that without following Shastra, which means discipline, because there's Shastra and there's Shastra. They both derive from the same word. Shastra means the scripture, and Shastra means the sword, the weapon that comes out. So if you're not ruled by Shastra, you will be necessarily ruled by Shastra. Take your pick. You want to go kicking and screaming? Or do you want to voluntarily decide, I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to follow Shastra. One's mind and life must be ruled by Shastra, because Krishna knows better than we do. And the Shastra is perfect, I'm not. So if I follow Shastra, then my life becomes perfect. I just read a section in the Bhagavatam today about Maharaj Prithu. And he was being glorified because he followed Shastra. And therefore he was successful in everything he did. So this is a great secret. Yes?
So I just have a comment about when you said discipline.
Mm-hmm.
And rather than saying, when you discipline yourself, rather than saying, I'm going to go watch TV or I'm going to read a section of Nectar of Devotion or Krishna, it's essentially the higher self conquering the lower self or vice versa, but it will be what you want it to be. Or the senses will follow what you want it to be.
The what?
The senses, like the
senses.
higher or lower self.
Okay.
You decide which one should conquer.
So you have to decide. That's what discipline means, right?
Yeah.
Decide. Okay, good. Very nice. Thank you. So, another part of discipline is to accept failure as a pillar of success. Most of our improvements come when we consciously and methodically correct our mistakes. Mistakes are valuable. Notice them dispassionately, but correct them so that you can learn and grow. So as we apply discipline and practice, obviously we'll make mistakes. But mistakes are valuable. We learn from the mistakes. So see them as a necessary part of growth, rather than an event to become disappointed. Priya Kishori.
My English teacher, he very much emphasizes on this point about, he says that a mistake is never a mistake unless you fix it. And whenever we turn in a paper...
Unless you don't fix it.
Unless you don't fix it, yes.
See, it's good to make mistakes.
Yeah. So when we
Which
write...
you rarely ever do, so you probably did it on purpose. Okay, go ahead.
We write essays and papers and we submit it to him, and he has it's filled with all these small corrections. So bitter to take it because you have an attachment. It's my writing, how can you correct it? But then taking that constructive criticism that comes from the mistakes we make is very helpful in improving the discipline, because next time.
This is an excellent point you make. There's a way in which, when I'm corrected, I may not allow myself to accept the correction. Or my false ego may step in and say, wait a minute, how can you correct me? And I've brought up previously how Mahatma Prabhu has said that the 3 words that block all learning are, I know that. I know that. I already knew that. And I know that too. And when you stop talking, I'm going to tell you what I know, which is better than what you're saying right now. And I can't even hear what you're saying. So, and it does hurt when you have, especially when you write, and then someone comes in and corrects it, this, not this, that, then there's a oversensitivity to that. But how else can we grow? So, therefore, I put the word dispassionately. Accept the lesson from the mistake. Be open to that. That if someone comes in to correct me, this is the best position to be in. I read somewhere today, someone said about chastisement. Always keep yourself in a situation where you're open to chastisement. You're open to correction. And don't put a blockade to those who want to come and correct you. In fact, you can take direct correction from any direction and learn from it. And one who's open to correction and doesn't take it personally but takes it as a way to grow can continue one's discipline without becoming disappointed. Number 5, for advancement, bedrock principles for advancement in spiritual life is to associate with advanced devotees. Satsang. This is actually the root cause of advancement in devotional service, is association with advanced devotees. Shuddha bhakata charanari nubhajana anukula. So this is mentioned as the The root cause, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, for advancement in devotional service is the association of advanced devotees. Serve and hear from advanced devotees. Ultimately, all learning and advancement comes from association with advanced devotees. We do not advance by book knowledge or by our own efforts alone. Living beings have potencies. When you serve and associate with advanced devotees, out of mercy they generously share their abundant gifts with you. Yes, Rasika Shiromani.
I remembered what you said yesterday. It doesn't matter what we know. What matters is who we know.
Yeah, that was Gopi Paranadhana Prabhu used to say this all the time. He'd say, it's not what you know, it's who you know and what you are that counts in life. Yeah, nice point. And I mean, just from a mundane perspective, I've read reports, people that you associate with. In other words, that people have shown that you can judge your basic income by the 6 closest people you associate with. And then they'll tell you how much what your net worth is because of your association. On a mundane platform, who we associate with develops our values, our mindset, our worldview, and so forth. And from a spiritual point of view, it's as fundamental.
There was also a study I read about, which was that they studied that people who associate or hang out with fat people, obese people, they have a tendency of becoming obese themselves.
Sure. I noticed. Now, Satyadev Prabhu is not overweight at all. He's a very fit person, but he likes butter. And I was traveling with him about 5 years ago in Japan, and at the time I barely ate any butter. And, every place we'd go, he'd ask for butter, ask for butter, ask for butter. And then I got home and I said, can I have some butter? And Nirkula looked at me and he's like, you don't eat butter. What are you talking about? And I thought, what happened? Satyadev. So very subtly, when we associate, Purusha prakritisto hi bhunkte prakriti jan gunan karanam guna sangosya sadasad yoni janmasu. Krishna says the cause for all your various situations in life is your association. Karanam, the cause, guna, sangha, your association with the modes of nature, which are embodied in people. Sadasad yoni janmas. You get good or bad according to your association. You end up in higher and lower places. Kanka. And we'd like to welcome Govardhan. I think this is your first time here. Could you introduce Govardhan?
This is Govardhan Das, and he has been traveling the world for many years, but lived in South India for about 15 years.
And just tell some of his talents.
He's my youngest son.
Yay! Say a little more about him.
He's really excited about meeting everyone here, especially the Silicon Valley people. Because he is really interested in getting his business started. And he loves Vaisesika, and he loves to be here hearing Vaish's class.
So after the kirtan, everyone please meet Govardhan. And, show him around, open doors for him here in Silicon Valley, and see what he needs.
He's been a website designer for 12 years. And
yay! Look, all the devotees are salivating now. Come on. A little more.
He wants
website designer.
He wants to expand. He has some amazing things to talk about with people who have this kind of knowledge. So
nice.
I wanted to talk about butter.
Yes.
When I was in nursing school, the nutrition book said butter was the main nutrient for the heart muscle. I read it again. Then I went and photocopied it because it's such a controversial thing. But then I was thinking, well, butter must be very special because Krishna always would try to eat butter. That's my butter comment.
Now see, just because of that association, I'm reconsidering. Okay, minimal. Yes?
Hare Krishna. The correction point which you mentioned before, like when we go to door, so many people correct us. Then if you take it right way and then
yes,
we feel very happy.
When you go out to preach, people agree with you 100% of the time, true or false? When you go out to preach, people agree with you 90% of the time, true or false? 70%, 50%, 40%. Okay, we're getting in some air. 40, 50%, something like that. Now, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, there's a very beautiful quotation in the Sri Bhakti Siddhanta Vaibhav, in which the author says that Srila Bhakti Siddhanta used to say that the Chid Sharira must be nourished by Chid Rakta. So the Chid Sharira means the spiritual body, and Chid Rakta means spiritual blood. It means a spiritual blood. So he said the spiritual blood means the friction you get when you go out to preach. When people berate you or disagree with you or try to dissuade you or things, he said that's actually spiritual blood. That's what nourishes the spiritual body. So there's studies done in botany. When you plant one kind of plant and just let it stay by itself, it's very docile and it grows at a very slow rate. But when you mix two different species together, they grow stronger and faster. They know that they're competing. So this kind of friction is good for us, actually. Okay, associate with advanced devotees. Ask advanced devotees for their best advice. Become a master asker. The Bible says, ask and ye shall receive. The world's out there for those who ask. You have to ask questions, and this is recommended by Krishna in Bhagavad Gita. Tadvidi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadakshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshina. It says, you want to know the truth? Go ask somebody who knows about it. It's really simple. They know, and if you ask in the right mood, you submit yourself. You offer service. Tadvidi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. And you render service. Then you'll get all the answers. They'll pour out. As one great devotee said, that devotees, they have Krishna in their heart. They have love for Krishna in their heart. If you serve a devotee and you melt their heart, and the heart opens, actually the contents are already melted according to our acharyas. The heart of a pure devotee is like a river of rose apple juice. This is stated in the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says the heart of a devotee's, the contents of a devotee's heart is melted out of love for Krishna, and it's like a flowing river of rose apple juice. Rose apple juice. So if you open the heart of such a person, the contents will flow out to you. So ask and serve and be submissive. Observe what advanced devotees do and follow in their footsteps. And I just read today about Maharaj Prithu in the section of the 4th canto that ordinary citizens, if they simply observe Maharaj Prithu and do what he does, they're eligible for the same destination as Maharaj Prithu. That's how powerful following great souls is. Even if you're not great, even if you're insignificant, if you follow what they do to your best ability, then you'll attain perfection. Yes.
Just to add to that, Sudeep
has texted in,
yes.
And he says,
a man is known by the company he keeps.
A man is known by the company he keeps. Very true.
And we also have Rajesh Veervani from Saudi Arabia.
Yes, please.
And his text came a little bit late. He was talking about much earlier in the lecture. He says, when one has a purpose, he will be more committed to it.
When one has a purpose, he'll be more committed to it. Very good. Thank you for Rajesh from Saudi Arabia checking in tonight. Okay, the last bedrock principle that will improve your spiritual life. Number 6. This is the last one. Are you ready? Yes. I'm not convinced. Yes. Oh, all right. Depend on your gurus and Krishna. Depend on your gurus and Krishna. Remember that we are helpless and dependent. We have to take this mood that I'm helpless. Queen Kunti says, Janmaishvarya Shritta Shibir, Edamana Madapuman, Naivarhat Yavitatum Vai, Twama Kinchana Gocharam. That if you think you already have something, you're not eligible to get something else. Because you're already full. You think, I'm already qualified because I'm very beautiful. I'm also very smart. And I also have a lot of money. So what do I need all this other stuff for? And there are ways in which I think that I have something. I actually don't have anything at all. Helen Keller, she was deaf, dumb, and blind at birth. And she became a great scholar, writer. And she said, any inkling one has that one has some kind of security in life is complete illusion. It's complete illusion. So there's a way in which devotees become akinchana. Kinchan means something. Akinchan means I don't have anything. I have no qualification whatsoever. This is the way that we should approach Guru and Krishna and Shastra. That I'm dependent, I'm helpless. And pray deeply and repeatedly, asking for the mercy of Guru and Krishna, for their mercy and guidance. Because Krishna is the supreme guru within everyone's heart. Sarvasya chaham hridisani vishto mataksmitir jnanam apohanam cha vedaishta sarver ahameva vedyo vedanta krid veda vedevataham tesham satata yuktanam vajatam priti purvakam dadami puti yogam tam yenamam upayanti te ishvara sarva bhutanam Ridasherjanatishthiti Ramayan Sarva Bhutani Yantra Rudrani Mayaya, etc., etc., etc. Throughout the Shastra, there are statements about how Krishna is there within the heart. He's guiding us. When the devotees, in 1975, a couple of devotees went to Prabhupada, specifically from our party, to ask him about book distribution, because our service was to go and train devotees how to distribute books in various places. So they asked Prabhupada, how should we do it? How should we train devotees? And Prabhupada said, teach them to become sincere. Because if they're sincere, and then he pointed to his heart, the master within the heart will teach them how to do it. And we have to remember Krishna is there within the heart, and we have to pray for his guidance. And when he sends us help in the form of gurus, Vartmana Pradarshaka Guru, Shiksha Guru, Diksha Guru, it takes a village, Hillary Clinton said. And it's true. It takes a village to raise a child, she said. There's a book about that. And it takes a village to raise one devotee in Krishna consciousness. From all sides, one has to have help and guidance. And one has to take help and guidance from all sides. We're going to end there because we have a lot to go in the program tonight. And I'll just mention briefly what's to come. This is a momentous evening because we're embarking upon a monthly Sankirtan festival with goals that we've never seen before. These are far and beyond the goals we've ever set in the history of ISV. And I see that the Sankirtan devotees, I don't see the Sankirtan leaders in here. I think they're regrouping in the back room, getting ready for tonight's presentation. But I just want to tell you that they're going to talk tonight about our goals for the end of the year. Why is this important to us? Our mission here at ISKCON of Silicon Valley, that's what ISV stands for, ISKCON of Silicon Valley. It also stands for individual, spontaneous, and voluntary. That the atmosphere we're creating here is to encourage devotees to do service that's individual, spontaneous, and voluntary. So That was Prabhupada's directive, how to manage, what kind of atmosphere to create. And our mission is to serve all living beings by widely spreading the holy name. And one of the most important ways of doing that, coming down from our acharyas, is to distribute transcendental literature. The transcendental literature that we have is unprecedented. Someone was mentioning to me the other day that Srila Prabhupada was managing a worldwide movement, writing dozens of letters every day, making decisions about property and people all over the world. And at the same time, he wrote all these books. And in the time that he had, it came out to about one book a month. One book a month. And to do that, he had to give up sleep. He simply had this superhuman, empowered focus to bring out the literature. And over and over again, he emphasized that by distributing the literature, it would inject the philosophy into society at large, and that each person who individually came in contact with the transcendental literature would be transformed. In fact, he said if they read one word or one line from these literatures, then their life would be turned. That's how powerful they are. And he quoted from the Srimad Bhagavatam, Tadvag Visargo Janataga Viplavo, Yasmin Pratishlokam Abadyapi. That the Srimad Bhagavatam is meant to create a revolution in the impious lives of the world's misdirected civilization. It changes the heart. So we've built this community around this principle of Sankirtan. That is, spreading the holy name, increasing by increments over many years the distribution of transcendental literatures to as many people in as many languages as possible. And now that we're coming up towards the end of the year, we all have the opportunity to come together under the philosophy we've been operating under for many years, which is a lot of devotees, each doing a little bit. And we're pulling together near the end of the year so everyone can do some part to help in reaching the gigantic goal. It will take a Herculean effort, and we are going to make a gigantic goal. And you'll hear about that just after the Artik. And they'll also reveal to you a very unique way that we're going to present this to the rest of the world, the goal that we have. So that's just a preamble. And with that, we're going to try and exercise in efficiency, which is that we're going to put all the books back where they came from, remembering that they're Shastra deities, in all the book stands, and then we'll stand up for Artik, but we'll do it as quickly as possible with great respect for the Shastras. And the record so far with this number of devotees in the room has been 2.5 minutes. And so starting now,